Welcome to the Sci-Fi Center, the place to be, where comic books and wrestling collide magically. Movies, TV shows, and pop culture we share. Get ready to rock, we're here to take you there. From superheroes to aliens in outer space, we've got the latest news and reviews in our embrace. Turn on your screen, let the neon lights glow. We'll take you back to the 80s. Let's rock and roll. Sci-Fi Center, where the legends come alive. Get ready to geek out, let your imagination fly. We're diving into the past with a touch of modern flair. Sci-Fi Center, the ultimate pop culture lair.
Hello, everybody. Brad here in a somewhat darker setting than usual. I'm getting my laptop set up for the watch party tonight. This is, of course, the fourth anniversary watch party for Zack Snyder's Justice League and also our AFSP charity drive, which we'll have that in the chat for anybody who wants to make a donation. William's going to be a little later tonight. We kind of had to reschedule it from the original timeline we'd set for it last night, but now it's it's time to kind of make it easier for everybody be involved across different time zones. So yes, fourth birthday, Zack Snyder's Justice League. We're going to be starting the movie in a couple of minutes here. I'm going to give everybody a chance to anybody wants to kind of like come along to come aboard here through the Patreon. Anyways, on Patreon, there should be a link in there for you if you want to come aboard. Also, go ahead and put the StreamYard link in the chat. But yes, I finally got my laptop set up to stream from here, but I hadn't gotten a surge protector, to split like the different things I plugged in back there. So basically, that meant I had to take my lamp that's right above my PC right here. I had to unplug that, so I can't plug that in the back of the wall right now. So that's why I'm a little bit darker than usual here. But you guys can still see me and hear me, so that's what's important, right? Okay. So I just put the link in the chat, and we're going to bring people in the panel and whatnot, and also be putting the AFSP link in the chat as well for anybody who wants to make a donation. This is, of course, a charity stream for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. It's, of course, a very near and dear to the hearts of the Zack Snyder fandom, and it's tied just directly to the journey of getting this movie released. So let me give it about another couple of minutes here before we go ahead and get started playing the movie itself. I already got it queued up on Max, HBO Max, as it was once called. So let's give it a couple of minutes here for you guys to all flock in, and anybody who wants to join the panel, I'll give you a couple of minutes here to do that, and also going to sync the movie up. How's it been for everybody today for the 4-year anniversary of this unbelievable story of how the movie that is Zack Snyder's Justice League came to be realized? By the way, when I pull up YouTube, that kind of illuminates my face a little bit better right now. Just got out of the shower too a little bit ago, so my hair looks slicked back. It's because it is. But yes, this of course is a just the journey to the fact that we're watching this movie at all now after years of the the kind of the official word on it being this movie doesn't exist, or if it did, it's not going to be finished or released or well liked or what have you, and here we are now, all that time later, and it's so surreal and so just fascinating and incredible to look back on all of that, and like yeah. I mean, it brought so many people in the community together, myself and William included. William would be in, like I said, he's gonna be wrapping up over at the Sci-Fi Center tonight, so he will be in a little bit later. He told me about 11 or so his time, so that should be in the next 2 hours when he'll be jumping aboard. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and get the link in the chat for our AFSP drive. I'll also be bringing it up periodically throughout the watch party. So anybody wants to make a donation, will be able to do so. How's it going, Chuck? So we just put that in there for the link for anybody, TFSP for anybody who wants to. If you can, please make a donation. We're trying to hit 20 grand in our total AFSP donations for all the watch parties we've done. So we're getting inching closer and closer to that. God, I wish I could turn my light on right up here, but again, it's like the only thing I can unplug right now on the wall without the search page. The only thing I can unplug is my router, and of course that would kind of take me off the screen altogether. Okay, so I'll give you guys a couple more minutes, then we'll go ahead and start the movie. Yeah, William, he's going to be in a little bit later for this one. Right now, I'm starting it out, and he will be joining us. He said about 11 or 11:30 or so his time, so that should be in about the next 2 hours. He'll be able to jump in. Again, doing watch parties not on the weekend across time zones, it's it's a little bit more complicated. So, yeah, I got the StreamYard link in the chat if anybody wants to kind of jump aboard. He's at home. I'm washing his tights, mostly pants. Okay. Danny GM, I think it's the first time I've seen you in the chat, man. So how's it going? I'm already on the Nightmare Scene. Oh, so you were watching it like ahead of time, just in general, just a commemorative watch. Sounds good, man. Are you talking about the first Nightmare Scene? The cyborg on Nightmare Vision. All right, I'm just giving it another minute more or so here, and then I'll go ahead and start the movie. But yeah, anybody who's on the Patreon should have a link to be able to kind of come aboard if you want to. I also, like I said, put the StreamYard link in the chat. Oh, we already got pretty good turnout here. We got 37 watching, and of those watching, 31 of you watching via Twitter right now. If you haven't already, please give us a like and subscribe on the Sci-Fi Center YouTube channel. If you haven't already, please do. Yes, it did. Yes, it did, Droga. And we're about a week away from something else celebrating its 9th anniversary, too. It's the immediate predecessor to this motion picture, actually. Yeah. My PC is literally right behind my laptop right now, so I just moved the mouse so you guys can maybe see me a little bit more with more clarity right now. Because again, I can't turn my lamp on right now. All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and start the movie now. So I got it queued up on Max. I'm gonna get it. Starts, and then we'll go ahead and start. Okay. All right. So I got it. If you're watching through Max, I have it right when the Warner Brothers logo starts. If you're watching through other means, that again, you should be right now. Cue it up right when the Warner Brothers logo begins. We can go ahead and begin about a minute here. Yeah, pretty good turnout. Definitely saw a lot of love for this movie on social media today. That is for damn sure. Deservedly so, of course. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit play in this movie. If you're anybody watching at home, it should be right at right when the Warner Brothers logo starts. When you see the sun coming up over the horizon, that's where the movie will be starting from. It'll be yeah, negative if you're watching through Max negative 40159. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and play in a couple seconds here, and here we go. 3, 2, 1, play. When I pull up YouTube, I look really pale right now. Hey, Tuber Eddie. I've seen you a lot on Twitter, man. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before. So, welcome to Sci-Fi Center. Welcome along for our commemorative annual watch party of the 4-hour magnum opus that is Zack Snyder's Justice League. And also it's a charity event, as I said, for ASFP. The link is right here in the chat, so you can please consider a donation. And so we are right now coming at the part with Doomsday's bone spike through Superman's chest. You know, it's kind of weird too, because right before that we had the Warner Bros. Logo with kind of the gold lightning. I remember thinking when this came out, this is like like a year and a half before Black Adam came out, and Black Adam, of course, had a lot of the gold lightning motif to it. I remember thinking at the time, like, oh, this is like they're already marketing Black Adam through a movie that was filmed at that point, like what, like 4 years ago. Yeah, yeah. Link is in the chat. Hubba hubba hubba. Money, money, money. Who do you trust? First time, man. Okay. Welcome to Cyber Center, dude. Yeah, I've heard some good things about it. Like I said, we this because of the significance of the this date in the Zack Snyder and DC fandom of the anniversary of the release of Zack Snyder's Justice League. That we are kind of preempting that with our watch along for this movie. So we'll be doing our watch along for Daredevil tomorrow. Hmm. Hmm. You guys still see me? I think I've gone blank here for some reason. Why am I not seeing myself all of a sudden? All of a sudden.
Hello. Brad is having some issues, and I'm at a family event, so I'm going to buy him some time to get back into StreamYard. So sorry for the inconvenience, but this was supposed to take place last night, and then we had issues with scheduling. So that's why I am not available at the outset. I will be in later on. So, hi. So, how's everybody doing? Mm, Um, that's a good question, Daniel. That's a good question because he was well. What had happened is we were trying to get him switched over to his laptop so the sound quality would improve. But sometimes, and if you guys have noticed with my microphones, when I'm at the store or when I'm at my studio, the StreamYard doesn't react well to new stuff. So right now we're going to, like I said, I'm just going to buy him a couple of minutes here so he can get back up and running. But I just wanted to fill you guys in on what was going on, so you weren't just sitting here listening to dead sound. And there he is.
Okay, I
I
think I
I
know.
have to applaud the effort. You tried to
Yeah,
upgrade to 2024 technology. You back on
yeah.
your
Which is why I have my lamp going on. I think I know what my going. Yeah, my because my laptop is fairly new. And it was telling me my antivirus protection is like it needed to be renewed on there, so it might have just been kind of like just the ad was popping up saying, "Hey, you need to renew this." So it might be just like that was kind of just booting in on me, and which that's a whole other like thing I guess I need to solve with my laptop now.
All right. Well, are we have 91 people
Yep.
watching across all of our platforms. If you guys could do one of two things, hey, here's the thing: like and subscribe. That's the normal thing. But the most important thing for tonight, if you can share this broadcast and you can share that link that is tied to the top of the chat. We are trying to raise money for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. This is what this entire next 4 hours is about. When I jump in after I'm done what I'm doing here, I'm going to go ahead and bring up the progress, and hopefully we are getting closer to the 20,000. Right now, of the additional 5,000 that we needed from our last time, we were about $1,000 in, so we're looking at about $4,020. I don't expect us to reach that tonight, but this campaign will stay up. But as long as along with liking and subscribing, please go ahead and share the link, share the broadcast right now, bring in some brand new people. Because even if you can't afford to donate right now, if you put this in front of somebody who is able to, that's just as good. A lot of the money we raised last time was through third and fourth degrees of separation with people who weren't necessarily channel members or channel watchers, but appreciated the cause. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Brad, and hopefully he won't blow up the stream
Okay.
or continue to blow up the
Sure.
stream. And you guys can go ahead and get started on Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's the 4-year anniversary of it. I know we watched this movie a bunch of times, but at the same time, we've also raised a crap ton of money doing so. So let's continue that trend. And I will see you guys in a few hours.
All right. See you guys soon. And yes, now also for those of you in the chat, since I had that little hiccup there, can you guys actually give me a timestamp on where you're all at? Because this kind of like took me off of it very unexpectedly. The movie itself. I was like right when Superman's death screen, and I think again my laptop all of a sudden was telling me no, your antivirus protection's expired. The thing was popping up saying, hey, here's how to renew it, et cetera, et cetera. I thought I had that all set up, but I guess that was kind of like starting to cause a little bit of like a streaming issue on my laptop. So I got to get that, kind of all squared away before I can like fully get my technological upgrade to, the Sci-Fi Center. But yes, can as you watch it at home, can you give me a timestamp for the movie? This is, yes, Aaron. Yes, please do. Okay, sounds good. I mean, in all seriousness, we joke around a lot, but it's like I am not a tech savvy guy at all. I understand nothing about technology. Really. No, it's like I got my new laptop. It was a Christmas gift, and the antivirus protection, I guess, expired on that. I guess it's still passing, and yeah, so I got to get that renewed. Yeah, pretty good. I enjoyed it. William didn't. Guys, in all seriousness, I can't answer nothing but just Brad technology questions tonight. So please, can we change the subject in the chat? So right now, I just went and skipped ahead a few minutes. I'm right at where Martha is at Clark's grave. So is that where you guys are at? 'Cause I'm trying to clarify where everybody's at as far as like everybody watching at home right now. Got 100 people watching right now. Watch the first series. Yeah. Ironically enough, 4 years later, I had problems streaming it. Yeah, it's crazy. It's been 4 years. It is absolutely insane. It's already been that amount of time. Scott McClellan from DC Squadcast and um, the Batman fan man streaming film junkie, he actually put out a post on Twitter today where he said it has now been the same amount of the time since the movie was released is the same amount of time that the fandom campaigned for the movie. So yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot to take in. We'll put the StreamYard back in the chat for you guys if anybody wants to kind of jump on the panel tonight. There you go. No, I wasn't. No, I missed that actually. That was another. We kind of joke around and say it's like whenever Zack posts something that's gonna just blow up the internet, I'm always away from the internet until like 3 hours later. Um, and that was the case. Yeah, I was away from social media and all that when the movie like played. People clicked on HBO Max. For those of you who may not know, it's about like 10 days before it came out in 2021. The Tom and Jerry entry on HBO Max, you people would click on and they would see like the first 2 hours of Zack Snyder's Justice League. They got that problem solved eventually. But yeah, that was a little bit of it. And the funny thing about that is I told I was writing for Screen Rant at the time. I told my colleague, Mr. Stephen Colbert, um, when I came back and I'd seen what had happened, and I joked with him and said, "Oh, this reminds me of like the time when I worked at a movie theater back when 300 was out. It's like, oh yeah, this reminds me of that time when 300 was out. This one showing of Ratatouille we had in the theater. Somehow a projectionist just ended up playing, ended up playing for Ratatouille ended up playing the first 15 minutes of 300, and that kind of reminded me of that. And he suggested I share that story on social media, which I did, and that got a pretty good response, including like Zack Stentz, screenwriter Zack. He saw that, like Zack's, I got Hollywood screenwriters like seeing, when I posted that, which that was I did not expect that kind of response. What's my favorite moment from the movie? For me, it's got to be, and there are so many great ones, but for me, it is two words: not impressed. Because I was able to see this movie I was able to get a press screener, so I saw it like about 4 days before it came out, and I still remember seeing that, and just my jaw was on the floor when Superman shows up in the in the final battle, and Steppenwolf brings down the axe trying to hit Cyborg, and Superman not impressed. That's my favorite. I mean, in a movie full of great moments, that's my favorite. I could not tell you about that, Chuck. By the way, okay, a little bit of a personal plug here. In this part here with I'm at the bank robbery with where Wonder Woman comes in. So a little bit of a plug to my my professional life here. I'll share with you guys that relates to this movie. This is from an interview I did about like a year and a half after it came out. Pull it up here. It's an interview I did with Kung Fu Kingdom. And it was with George and Harry Kirby, who they were directors of the Scott Adkins action comedy Accident Man, Hitman's Holiday. And the reason that relates to this is which of them said it was it was George who's George Kirby. Yeah, he has a background in doing stunt work, and he was actually a stuntman on this movie, on Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I had seen that before it came out, and I'm at a point now where like if I'm interviewing somebody and I know they worked on this movie, I am definitely going to be asking them about it. And William's back already. William, you're mute, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix something. Hold on.
Okay.
Something I'm listening to over the phone.
Anyway, while William's doing that, let me go and pull this up for you guys. So yeah, this is an interview I did with KFK for George and Harry Kirby, directors of Accident Man, Hitman's Holiday, and George was a stuntman on Zack Snyder's Justice League, and specifically on this movie.
I knew you'd find a way to tie some kung fu to all this.
Well, it's an interview I did with somebody who worked on the movie. And he is specifically he was a stunt guy on this part where they're where Wonder Woman's stopping the terrorists in the bank, which that's where I'm at right now. I'm at
you're about to ask me something?
Yeah. No, I'm saying that's where I'm at time wise. I'm at 21.
Okay.
Like 22 minutes in.
Yeah, before I popped in, you were saying wait till I get back or something. Okay, cool. 114 of you watching, please like, subscribe. If you're watching us on SpaceX, Twitter, or whatever it's called these days, come on over to our home base here on YouTube. And while you're at it, drop a donation. Every bit helps.
Yes.
And also, like I said, once again, spread the word, spread it like wildfire. If you can't even do it tonight, we're only going to be on the air for like 4 hours or whatever. Only 4 hours, but still, this stream will be up. This link will be up. This campaign continues. So there you go. It's tied to the top. Then
here's the Tiltify link right here, guys. So if you can, please consider a donation. Aaron says, "Hey, William, I shared the YouTube stream on Blue Sky." Okay, thank you, Aaron. Thank you very much, Aaron.
Thank you.
But yes, I'll go and link the interview here for you guys too, if you guys want to read that, because I'm at a point now. I'm so glad we're past all this like cloak and dagger with like, as far as like talking to anybody who worked on Justice League, where it's like I'm so glad it's all out in the open now. Where like I'm at a point now where if I'm interviewing somebody and I know they worked on this movie, I'm not finding a way to work a question about it in. So even though the bulk of the interview was devoted to Accident Man, Hitman's Holiday, George was a stunt guy on it, so had to get the question in. And he and his brother Harry, they were they were great to talk to, and they said the same thing everybody did. Oh yeah, that version's way better. Cyborg's arc is way better. Everything's way better. So there's the interview for you guys. I'm gonna give it a look.
So to make sure you're playing the right version, right? You're not playing the 2017, are you?
Well, no, of course I'm not playing 2017.
I got to make sure you're technologically challenged. I have to make sure everything's okay. I'm just asking.
Oh. I always equated this Wonder Woman scene to yeah. It's like I actually kind of have a bit of I sort of put that to people where it's like either this or the kind of the building fight scene in the No Man's Land sequence of Wonder Woman. Like, which one would people say is kind of Wonder Woman's equivalent to the warehouse? And I've heard people say like either one. They're both awesome Wonder Woman fight scenes. I have not, but he and I are friends on Facebook. He has wished me happy birthday, on Facebook. So, that But no, I have not interviewed him. Would love to. Actually, you know, as long as I'm plugging stuff here, I might as well go ahead and do another one that pertains to this movie and another DC movie. Again, this is another interview I did for Kung Fu Kingdom. Did you buzz me?
No more stuff. No more
Yeah.
self-promoting. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care.
Yeah, so here's an interview I did with coming up. Yeah, there is. Mr. Mike Lambert. He is stunt guy, martial arts guy, fight choreographer, screenwriter, and he, as you can no doubt infer from the image here, even though it's not Mike, he was the fight choreographer for the Flash movie in 2023, and he was also fight choreographer for this movie. And now, of course, he's also worked a lot in Hong Kong action movies and martial arts films and things like that. So I did this close to when the Flash was coming out. Like here's a fight scene that Mike has in the Quest with Van Damme. And there's one he had with Jet Li and Unleashed. So my main things, I kind of use the Flash as a window to like ask Mike or to interview Mike Lambert. Mike, if you're watching, awesome work. Got your Hero Man on this movie and with Jet Li and all that. But my three things that when the Flash is coming out, it's like, okay, I've wanted to interview Mike for years, and here are three angles. The main things I want to ask about, like A, working with Jet Li on Unleashed, B, working on the movie that eventually became Zack Snyder's Justice League, and three, working on the Flash.
You are stretching like the elongated man to make sure that all roads lead back to Kung Fu. It's hilarious to watch sometimes.
Well, did he or did he not work on this movie? Yes, he did.
You're that guy with that board who has all the little strings going to one thing and everything. Like it's all connected.
And Mike, again, same reaction everybody had. This is Mike, a quote from Mike here. When I asked him his thoughts on when the movie was released, he said, "Well, first I've got to say for me, the first version of Justice League, I'd say it was 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10. The Snyder cut for me was a masterpiece, 10 out of 10." And he, of course, had all kinds of great things to say about working with Zack and working with the cast. And the one thing I wish I had asked Mike about, I forgot to put this in there in my questions, but I wish I had asked about his work as fight choreographer on King Arthur, Legend of the Sword, which is the King Arthur movie that Guy Ritchie had done back in 2017. So I wish I had asked about that because that movie is really wild. So, but anyway, yes, here in my interview with Mike Lambert, again, relating to Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'll leave it here in the chat for you guys if you want to read it. But yes, I am very much at a point where if I know I'm interviewing somebody who worked on this movie, I am asking them about this movie. Damn right, why not, Aaron? And I put the StreamYard link in the chat if anybody wants to come aboard. Should also be on the Patreon too.
No, I didn't put it in a Patreon. I didn't do that yet. I was going to do that later on when I'm there.
Okay.
I didn't want to have you trying to run the stream by yourself and be dealing with the circus. So I was going to wait till I got in, which should be momentarily, probably about an hour or so.
That's a little bit longer than momentarily. And we're right here to when Steppenwolf gets here. God, come on. There's so many things in both these movies where you just look at both versions and just think, what were they thinking with the theatrical cut? And Steppenwolf is definitely one of them. I mean, the joke I tell is that Justice League 2017 Steppenwolf. I mean he looks more like Steppenwolf's grandfather to me now. We have no fear. Just got that line. Fourth, we are going to be doing the watch party for that tomorrow because this being the Snyder Cut anniversary. So we'll be doing the watch party of that tomorrow evening on the regular show tomorrow evening.
We're competing with Daredevil, and we still got 126 viewers right now. So I
Yeah.
don't know if that's much of a competition
Yeah.
for us, at least. I mean, because that's way more than we draw for live audiences
For
on
us,
for Daredevil.
watching a movie that, by the way, doesn't exist, as we were told nonstop for several years.
And we will be doing Born Again tomorrow, and then, like I said, next week we'll get back to our normal. But there's only one March 18th, so and like I said, it's an opportunity to raise money. We don't even need to. Like I said, we've all seen this movie before, but it's a rallying point to raise money. So there
I
you
think
go.
this is our third time for a watch along for just this movie by itself, and then we had the marathon with Man of Steel, BVS, and Wonder Woman on New Year's Eve. So all told, this is the fourth time we have done some kind of watch party with Zack Snyder's Justice League.
And all of them have been to raise money for charity. So it's not like we're obsessed. Yeah, I know Brad probably is obsessed with it, and I may be a little bit, but it's a good cause, though. It's our highest numbers when it comes to our fundraiser come from when we show certain sets of movies, and that's what it's all about. That's a priority for tonight. I mean, is to get us closer to that goal. And then, like I said, once I get on back at the studio, we're going to go into detail about some of the resources. There will be an intermission. As soon as I get there, we'll stop it and then we'll get it going back in it, because I want to recenter why we are doing this. I mean, if it were any other day, any other movie, we'd be just doing Daredevil right now. But this is a unique opportunity to raise money and awareness, because everybody's mind is on this date from what happened 4 years ago. So why not take advantage of the glow?
By the way, also, since I am not so tech savvy, when my laptop started hiccuping a little bit ago, because I need to renew my antivirus on there. I hope that doesn't mean like all my my identity and all my money is gone now after that.
No, it just means that you're a sad case, is what it means. It's yeah, you're gonna need some mentoring as far as this whole 19th century tech thing goes. But you know what? Well, that's fine. You're moving in the right direction.
But I haven't gotten ripped off. I haven't gotten ripped off, I hope.
I don't think you can get ripped off, because the technology you generally use isn't advanced enough for the thieves to connect with. So
I'm talking about what happened again with my laptop a minute ago.
How are you going to get ripped off, Brad?
Well, I was just thinking, like, I started the movie and I started StreamYard, and all of a sudden it started hiccuping and telling me, "Oh, renew your antivirus thing."
Well, a lot of that too is not, believe it or not, it's not your fault. It's StreamYard does not, like I was explaining to people when you were crashing, StreamYard, and when it comes to new equipment, it's not easy. Like my mic, I've had to do all kinds of magic tricks with the mic just to get StreamYard to recognize a brand new mic. I literally had to do a sound test the other day to make sure I didn't sound like Kermit the Frog.
So it might even be like a combination of that and StreamYard. Just
you may just have to calibrate it. Yeah, it's a lot of things. Like when we're off air, when we have some time to like nursemaid you through into modern times, and we'll have more time to fuck around with it. We might even run a test stream to just like I did with my mic. So no big deal.
Well, the other thing too, also, and William and everybody in the chat, I kind of be curious to hear your thoughts on this too, because we're already coming up on the end of like the first chapter of this 4-hour movie, and that's one thing I remember, like, in the lead up to the release of it, because even for as much as I was pushing for it and part of the calls for it, even I going in felt a little bit daunted by the runtime. But then I first time I saw it, it's this one sitting that night, 4 days before it came out, and those 4 hours just shoot by. It doesn't feel any longer than BVS to me.
No, it like I said, even with the stalling and stuff that happened because the server was getting bogged down, this 4 hours went like that. When you're engaged, and see, this is the thing when it comes to runtimes. The runtime never matters if the movie's good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The Godfather is never like, oh damn, I'm at an hour and a half, I want to be somewhere else. Blade Runner 2049 is 2 hours and 49 minutes. It blows by. It depends on if you like the movie, if you're engaging in the movie, and the movie's good. If it sucks and the pacing is all screwy, then yeah, you're gonna fill all those hours. But in this case, and plus we had anticipated it for 4 years prior, so yeah, we were ready.
Yeah, I mean, the lead up for this was definitely far extreme. So, everything about this movie was, the release was unique, and including the lead up to it when you finally knew it was definitely happening. This is so awesome when Steppenwolf like just flexes and cracks all those arrows off. Which, by the way, Kieran Hines, of course, plays Steppenwolf, but Rich Citrone, who is Ben Affleck's Batman stunt guy, he actually did a lot of the mocap for Steppenwolf as well. So, like a lot of the fight scenes in Steppenwolf, you can also, you can also, Rich Citrone deserves a lot of credit for that as well.
All right, we are at 138 individuals watching the show on all of our platforms. I can't really tell where it's from where I'm at right now, but it's a lot of people watching this time of night. So
Yeah.
once again, like, subscribe, share. The link is tied to the top of the chat if you need to share that link. I think I put it in the description too. I don't think I put anything else in the description but that link. If I did, I'll delete it. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and back out of here, finish what I'm doing here, and I should be there soon. Sooner than later. Then we'll do an intermission, do some talking, refocus on the charity, and then we'll get back to the last half.
All right, sounds good. See you then, man. By the way, I think maybe we get a tribute. Film Junkie retweeted the link for the Cypher Center Twitter. I just saw it, so that we maybe like probably owe him a debt of thanks there for all the great audience we have coming out tonight for the watch along for Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'll go ahead and pull it up for you guys. Yeah, so as you can see here, Mr. Film Junkie. Yeah, he shared it, and so you can see me on screen. Technically see me there 3 times with a little animated me there, and then me here, and then me down there. So I think you should have 10 Brads on screen at all times, personally. Oh, look at the and then when I pull it on there. But yes, thank you very much, Dave. Yep. I didn't know that either until actually Stephen Colbert actually told me that he had Citrone on his BVS by the Minute podcast a couple times a few years ago, and I believe you also got to talk to him when Steve when he visited the Army of the Dead set. So he's got a good rapport there with Citrone. Rich Citrone also, if you were not aware, is a student of Dan Inosanto, who is well known for his for being pretty much the most well-known student of Bruce Lee. So there I go, bringing it back to martial arts again. I want to charge William. Well, William, definitely not William there. It's definitely not. You're definitely the opposite end from William. And this is David. Yes, it is. We have the For Autumn credit at the end of this movie, and everything we're doing with ASFP that is directly related to the horrible, the terrible family tragedy the Snyder family went through during the making of Zack Snyder's Justice League, and you can't put a dollar value on that. You just can't, or like on everything the fandom has done, and what that means for, as Zack has said, people alive now because of the work of this fandom that would not be otherwise. So that is something to definitely feel very proud of. Everybody in the Snyder fandom who has contributed, even if you only put in $1, or even if you didn't, even if you so much as William said, just shared the link around. If you couldn't like contribute yourself, but you like made other people aware of it so they could, you have helped in a big way. So you should be proud of that as well. Everybody who, in even that tiniest of ways, contributed to the AFSP work. That is something that you should be very, very proud of, and you continue to do to this day. People that knew about Richard doubling for Affleck said they could notice him in the warehouse. Well, like I remember one thing Citrone said when Steve and Andrew Dice had him on, talking about they had him on specifically for the Nightmare and BVS, kind of breaking down that part of it. And Citrone, he's about the same height as Ben Affleck. They're both about 6'4". But Citrone himself said, I'm really, I'm paraphrasing here, by the way, but he said something to the effect of, I'm really not the ideal stunt guy for Ben Affleck. Basically having the cowl on kind of makes it a little bit easier. But even though they're the same height, they are built differently. So that kind of makes it a little other than being in the bat suit, I guess would make him stand under normal circumstances more. But I mean, in close up, yeah, during the fight scene, if you can see a Citrone, his face a little bit more, and he did fantastic. He did a phenomenal job with all the fight choreography in the warehouse and all the fight scenes he's had as Batman. I would need to ask Steve about that actually. Because that's a good question because I haven't seen them post about it in a minute. I'll ask Steve about that and get back to you guys in the next show. Right, $1 for every possibly. Do stunt doubles work out all the time? Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's you got to be very physically adept for like a lot of the things some people are. I mean, I've interviewed plenty of them, so yeah, they stay in shape. And one thing they actually will tell you a lot of stunt people is that you actually it's good to like have as diverse a skill set as possible if you're going to the stunt world, because the way a lot of them put it to me whenever I've interviewed them is that you never know what you're going to be asked to do, whether it involves fight scenes or weapons or just falling off of stuff or this that or car chases or what have you. You never know what you're going to be asked to do as a stunt person, so having as eclectic a set of talents to bring to the stunt game as possible is very advantageous. I mean, these days, martial arts is all but a prerequisite to be a stunt person. Either that or gymnastics. I mean, you pretty much have to, in the stunt world, you kind of have to be good with one or the other, preferably both. But yeah, a lot of them will tell you it's like you really got to, if you're good with horseback riding, it's like that can very much be a plus. If you're great with guns, if you're great with if you're good with skydiving, if you're good at surfing, like all these different physical skill sets, they'll tell you that you never know what you're going to be asked to do. So having as much talent to bring to stunts and fight choreography is it's really the name of the game. And yes, you got to also be in shape for it. You got to keep your body as tuned up as you definitely can. By the way, I'll also go ahead and pull this up from this is from the man himself today. Zack Snyder shared this on both Twitter and Vero. He shared the black and white trailer, or it's the fandom trailer, but it's in black and white. I think they were basically the same trailer for the Justice Gray and the color version. But Zack, his message: it's been 4 years, still humble. He posted this on Vero as well. It's been 4 years, still humbled by the fact that this exists at all. Big thanks to all of you that made it happen. If you have a spare 4 hours, go give it a watch on and stream on Max. Funny thing too, he also got a reply from a Terrifier director, Damien Leone, saying not getting the final chapter would be a cinematic tragedy. So he basically said right there, restore the Snyderverse. That's pretty, yeah. Not to put words in the dude's mouth, but again, it's like he's like, oh, I want to see how this ends. Now, this might be sound a little tinfoil hat also, but I am kind of wondering, is there any particular reason why Zack specifically said stream on Max, other than just like stream on download or digital download you already have, or your Blu-ray that you already have? I don't know. Maybe he was like telling us, give it some traffic today on the anniversary. Send a little message. Anyway, yeah, it's the message Zack posted on social media today for the 4-year anniversary of Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yes, go Damien Leone. Also, you might call this like a full circle moment, but relevant with the Wonder Woman on screen right here, right now. Just today, Gal Gadot actually was was given her officially given her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. So way to go, Gal. The gap of time between 27, yeah, it does. It really does. I think also maybe because COVID also played a role in like how it's like the 4 years just zip by between the movie coming out and now, as opposed to the campaign to get the movie to come out and to when it eventually did. I think that played a role in it, maybe. It's weird too because you hit one thing I realized. Once you hit 30, it's like it feels like you just blink and then another half decade's behind you already. It's made me value my time, definitely, very much so. Here we are at the Superman ship. Silas Stone and Orion Choi examining and yeah, listen, guys, just can any of you like give me like just kind of like the general timestamp of where you guys are watching the movie right now in the chat? Just post that in the chat for me because I want to kind of see how synced up I am with you guys because I had my hiccup a little bit ago. Yes, he does. Yes, he does, Daniel. Silas does live in the theatrical version. It's one of the few things I remember about it at this point. 156 people watching. That again, we do charity streams and we get turnouts like this with this movie, and that should tell you why we keep doing watch parties for Zack Snyder's Justice League. I remember this is feeling very Indiana Jones to me when when I first saw this movie of with Diana going to the Parthenon, with the torch and investigating the whole tomb with the dark side arc. Sorry, clear my throat there, guys. Now, another kind of little personal reveal I'll share. Back in 2018 when the campaign for the Snyder kind of started ramping up. Of course, Zack was sharing images on Vero and kind of stirring the pot there. And there was a one image of this Dark Side mural on the wall that kind of found its way into the fan community online. I'm actually not really sure how, but it was kind of circulating among a lot of fans and journalists, relating in the community, or kind of active participants or investigators or people connected to it. The whole chat around it, whatever you want to call it. And full disclosure, I eventually, I'm not gonna say who or how I got it, how it was presented to me or who sent it to me, but I saw this image back in like June 2018. Diana with the torch there and the mural of Darkseid, and it had the caption "The Snyder Cut is real" on it. And then, but again, that was very much kept on in kind of tight to the vest with people who had seen it at that stage. And then Zack ended up dropping it, just breaking the internet about 5 months later, or Thanksgiving 2018. He dropped it on Vero with the caption, "A bell can't be unrung." But yeah, that image of the Dark Side mural there, I saw that about 5 months before most people did. So, oh yeah, part of my little journey with the Snyder Cut theme. Oh yeah, everybody, yeah, it did for everybody, yeah. Yeah, I think Junkie did great. I mean, Hans Zimmer is one of the greatest composers ever. But yeah, Junkie flying solo. They did great work together on BVS. But yeah, I thought Junkie did a fantastic job himself. Like specifically with the crew of War Power and We Slay Ourselves, and just like kind of the general League theme. He really killed it. So yeah, really like Junkie XL's score for this movie. Yeah, I remember seeing some of those kind of like like there was the one with Victor at the football game that kind of leaked online. Again, these things are this is like circa 2018, so these are things we kind of reminisce on now. It's kind of a moot point now because we're watching the movie with like finished effects and knowing so much about it. So that's what I said earlier. But like I'm so glad the Cloak and Dagger is behind us. But it is still kind of fun to like reminisce on that era when like these things got passed around in very clandestine ways. Here's another thing. I'll do another little plug here because we got Aquaman walking down the pier with the whiskey bottle. This is one I wrote for Screen Rant not too long ago not too long after the movie came out. Let's see if I can find this. Where is the scene? Let's see if I can find. Hold on, bear with me, guys. I'm trying to find the article. There is a king. Okay, here it is. Here's a little personal plug. I wrote this a couple months after the movie came out. So the scene with him walking down the pier with the whiskey bottle. The soundtrack is different in the two versions. Where like the theatrical version had Icky Thump playing, which was in like the first trailer. and this has there's King, the Kingdom playing, and it just that soundtrack change alone just changes so much about the feel of the scene, because the first one, and I liked it actually in the theatrical, and I thought I didn't think it was a thing that anything had been changed, because that was in the first trailer. I thought that was a soundtrack choice they had, that was there from the start, but the theatrical cut kind of, like, because of the soundtrack, it sort of positions Aquaman as, like, quote unquote, like the cool one, because he's rock music's playing, he's chugging down this whiskey and looking all badass, and then this version, like the soundtrack changes that, where he's the king who's running from his destiny, but he's still returning to his home when he's embraced by the sea. So that was one of the many I've written, breaking down like different little elements of the Snyder cut. As I'll go ahead and put in the chat for you guys. Yeah, I'll put that there. So you can see the background there. Yeah, I remember this too. I remember that, like, right after the theatrical cut came out. Now there was there was, again, like, a lot of back and forth on, like, the specifics of Zack's version of the movie, and, like, some of that was revealed, like, in the immediate, like, late 2017. Some of it was right, some of it was wrong, but I mean, the one bit of info about the portal opening at the end, and we see Darkseid. I mean, yeah, that was very on the money. I think it's still called Fat Man Beyond, isn't it? Kevin Smith's podcast. I mean, unless I missed something, I think it should still be the title of his podcast. Take up your mother's trident. Wonder how much actually of my own work I should plug tonight while I'm flying solo, because I wrote a ton before, during, and after. When I started Screen Rant, I wrote a ton before, during, and after about, like, this movie, about what we knew, what we didn't know, what characters were in, which ones weren't, what we knew about the plot, what we knew about this or that. And like with Volko here, I remember, like, there was my very first one I wrote for Screen Rant was a list of characters who were known to be in Zack's version but were not in the theatrical cut. That was my very first one I wrote for Screen Rant back in 2019. Undone, it's on Pride. God, this is like, I mean, imagine this movie getting released, being like the default version released in theaters back in 2017. I mean, Steppenwolf alone, I think, wins you the best visual effects Oscar. I remember seeing this memed a lot too. The whole Steppenwolf's face when he's told, "You have to conquer 50,000 more worlds for us before you can come back to Apocalypse," and that face he makes for, like, of just that. Oh my, he's just crushed look. That was memed all over the place right after this movie came out. Oh yeah, Daniel, I remember this too. I remember people absolutely certain from the 2017 hero that A, the holographic figure in blue red was Supergirl, and B, Green Lantern came to visit Alfred. Because yeah, I never got that second one because it's like he said you come. Let's hope you're not too late. I always come on. That it was so clear. Come on, that had to be Superman. Come on, guys. Dick was or basically, long story short, the dead Robin, in the suit that we see in BVS, that Robin suit did not belong to Jason Todd. Zack Snyder's dead Robin is Dick Grayson. So I think I remember him alluding to on Vero like some kind of a concept or idea he had for Carrie Kelly, which fits in with like he's a big fan of Dark Knight Returns, and of course his BVS and his specifically and his general Batman very much is inspired by Dark Knight Returns. So that would make sense. He would want to do something with Carrie Kelly, but yeah, Dick is the dead Robin, and which means there's no Jason Todd, and we don't really know yet exactly, but some kind of like plan for Carrie Kelly. It's Yalinger, the Green Lantern Yalinger, right there behind the Olympians. He had a little bit more setup here than he did in the theatrical cuts history lesson. He definitely did. Now, I remember McD. Mick, if you're watching, I remember him posting on Twitter a while back. Talking about Diana's line here, like allies from the stars, and that line is said like right when Hippolyta is on screen, and that kind of he did that kind of in relation to Zack at the Full Circle event, making an allusion to the idea that the Olympians and the Amazons were descendants of ancient Kryptonians who had visited Earth. So I know, trying to tell us something there, Zack, with that framing there. I remember this scene too, and in the first trailer for this movie at DC Fandom in 2020. Yeah, I just remember being so like the first thing you see in that trailer is Darkseid. I mean, he was making a statement with that trailer. It's like, I got Darkseid in my movie, guys. I think one of the Arkham games that came out around this time has similar Robin as Joker theme. Oh, really? Can you fill? Well, because I played the Arkham games, but can you fill me in on that? I think my memory's a little bit fuzzy on that. Mm-hmm. Brad, do you remember the rumor? Oh yeah. Okay, this is where you're looking. Yeah, I remember that rumor that Jared Leto's Joker, the twist is that he was Jason Todd who had become, or it wasn't even like a rumor. It's like a fan theory, and more so was what it was. But I don't think there was ever like anything concrete to establish to substantiate that. Look at this, guys. We're already an hour and 5 minutes into this epic movie, or an hour and 4 minutes in. That is a really I mean, I think everybody's pondered that question. Chappie, I'm gonna bring this back for William when he comes back, because I think it definitely outgrosses the theatrical cut like significantly. Does it hit 1 billion? I don't know. That's like I've leaned in that direction that it might have actually they might have gotten 1 billion out of like releasing this version, because even people who didn't like BVS, really seemed to like CS Channel. So certainly with the response it got when it came out. So, but yeah, I think it definitely like significantly outperforms the theatrical cut if it comes out if this is the version in 2017. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that, bro. I always appreciate me, Stephen Colbert, Shiraz, thanks. I mean, I appreciate that, and I always, yeah, I try to cover these, and even like the way I write about the subject matter today, I try to cover this from a pretty like fair and even-handed angle. I mean, I've obviously made no secret of the fact that I'm a fan of this franchise and these set of movies and Zack Snyder's work, but I try to, there's an extent I have to kind of compartmentalize that when when I cover this in a professional setting, but I do, I do try to cover the, just break it down in the most level way, possible. I think, and so yeah, I appreciate the compliment. Steven actually, he was actually one to help me get started at screen. He reached out to me and back in like July of 2019, he actually asked me. He DM I'd known him a bit through social media, and prior to that, and he asked me if I had ever applied to Screen, which I had, but he kind of helped get me in the door at Screen Rant back in 2019. So kind of have Stephen Colbert to thank for that, and I mean, I'm not with Screen Rant anymore, but I'm working up. I'm still with KFK. I've been with them since 20. I was one of the OGs, writers, and even though now I'm with a couple other outlets like Fortress of Solitude and comic books specifically, getting work I've done with Screen Rant, it opened doors for me, and I'm very very grateful for that. And I'm grateful for Steven helping me get in the door there, and I don't take any of that for granted. When certain, as far as me like being a voice for the, yeah, I do my best to like kind of like walk that line of like I am a fan of these set of movies and the story, but I have to cover these things in a professional manner too. So I like to think I've I've done about as good a job as anybody could ask. So I appreciate the compliment, dude. Yeah, I know. You've been asked. You and Droga have been banging on my door about this for like 8 days now. I'll get on that, man, when I get the chance to. Yes, I did when Forts said watch Invincible, and you've also told me watch Invincible. So there you go. That is something I have noticed, though. Forth, a lot of people in the last couple episodes of Invincible have actually drawn a lot of Man of Steel comparisons to some of the fight scenes and some of the action. So I guess Zack Snyder is the blueprint. I wish I had my sunglasses right in front of me. I could make that work. Here are part 3. Funny thing too, again, with the length of this movie, if you started BVS right now, you would be ending at the same time as Zack Snyder's Justice League ended. Yes, yeah, nice little subtle joke there at the sign Central Speed on the one side, reduce speed ahead below that. And a lot the big reaction a lot of people had when this came out is that Cyborg and Flash were kind of the really the the show stealers, and that's definitely true. But it is interesting how that is the case, but also how much the movie holds back on both of them. And we get the quick little glimpses of Cyborg in part one and part two, and this is the first time we're seeing Barry at all in the movie, and they're really it holds back on them, but it holds back on their intros. But once they're here, it's like they very much are kind of the all star new characters. Well, I assume I believe it's past participle of first season of Man of Steel fights that go beyond. We just got our first Steppenwolf equivalent fight. Oh, okay, you're talking about Invincible, right? Give that a look, man. When I get a chance to. Yeah, where are you at right now? Fourth. Yeah, I'm right now. I am at right when Iris West, her car crashes into the truck, and I'm literally right now at the shot of the sesame seed falling to the floor of the guy's truck in slow motion. Actually, interesting thing too. I think this is the first time I've watched this movie since we did the New Year's Eve marathon of Man of Steel, BVS, Wonder Woman, and Zack Snyder Justice League. This is the first time I've watched any of those movies since then, and it wasn't like him, avoiding them or anything. So. And I mean that was a pretty epic, marathon of all four of those. So it's like okay, kind of let her rest for a little bit after that. Just a quick reminder for the 174 of you watching right now. Um, this is a charity stream, so we have the link in the chat. Let me pull it up here. I'll put it in the chat again. I'll share it for you guys too on screen. But yes, this is a charity stream for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So if you can, please consider a donation. We are trying to hit the 100,000 or 50,000 donation mark. 100,000 would also be awesome, but trying to hit our 50 grand benchmark we set out for that. So go and get that on the screen in the chat for you guys. We have raised pretty not doing our own horns. We have raised quite a bit for AFSP, just us on Sci-Fi Center. I mean, to say nothing of the fandom collectively. So here that is right here, guys, on screen. The our FSR link to our next $5,000 stretch goal for ASFP. So if you can, please consider a donation. I'll always also put it here in the chat. In the chat for you guys. Anybody can donation, please consider a donation. If not, just sharing it around is also extremely helpful. Also, to the 160 of you watching through Twitter right now, if you can, or if you haven't already, please like and subscribe to the Sci-Fi Assembly YouTube channel, please. So we got a hell of an audience out for this non-existent movie tonight. How's it going, Claudia? What's up, man? Great to see you. Brad, have you ever seen the movie Dope by director Rick Famuyiwa? I have not. It has a similar younger vibe to what Andy Muschietti did with Flash, but a little more edgy. All right, I'll try to give that a look at some point. I've heard of it. I have not seen it, though. This whole thing also with Lois looking at the suit, and you can clearly see that's the suit that that Superman died in, with the hole there. Because he doesn't really, Superman doesn't return until about the final third of the movie, but even when he's not on screen, the movie really does, again, the legacy and of everything he did in Man of Steel and BVS, that's so central to the story of the movie. He still looms in the presence of the League's formation, even in his absence. So even when he's not here, he's still here. And then when he is here, pretty damn awesome. Yeah, it's a lot of you. Hope you're doing better, man. Because what'd you have to go in the hospital for again? Wish you speed recovery, dude. Do you think if Matt Murdock or if Affleck would have continued with Matt Murdock in the Fox universe, the Plant Civil War style of film, where there are characters I mean, he may have, I mean, the thing, everybody, again, needs to understand about Ben Affleck as far as Batman is that, again, he signed on for like his very specific Batman arc. And just, the arc that Zack had in mind, concluded with Batman sacrificing himself to save the world. So Ben was, he loves Batman. He loves these characters. He loves these worlds. But, he's in his mind, he signed up for like a run that has a beginning, a middle, and end. He didn't sign up to be like Robert Downey Jr., of DC. So, and again, that's, that speaks to what the fandom is still kind of begging for, is like, let's just see the rest of the story that was planned that involves Batman's heroic sacrifice. Silky smooth. Oh, no, he's talking about Taladia. Okay. Okay. We'll get better soon, Taladia. I mean, can't be any worse than, my atomic flu I had to deal with, last month. Oh, here's another like cool little bit of, well, okay. So here's a little bit of trivia. This shot right here of Victor right outside the dean's office. This always jumps out at me every time I watch this movie because, again, during the release of Snyder Cut period, there was actually I think it was like a week or so before, like a week or two before we had the big like 2-year anniversary Twitter event that, that kind of was the point of no return for this movie getting released. And at that point, Ray Fisher on Twitter, he actually released that exact image of Victor sitting outside the dean's office smiling. I forget what the caption was. It was something like, like call me like Dr. Stone, or like he referenced the line that his mother has in there. But yeah, he put out that exact image. And now I'm not saying that I wrote an article about that that very image he put out. Let me see if I can find it actually real quick too. Now I'm not saying that I might, possibly, hypothetically, theoretically, may have had a heads up that Ray was going to be dropping that image that night. I'm not saying I did, but I'm not saying I didn't either. By the way, also when we had the 2-year again big Twitter campaign back in 2019 for this version of the movie, and it brought out like all the big players like Ben Affleck and Gal Gadot were among the big celebrities and people attached to this movie who again tweeted the release of Snyder Cut hashtag. Again, I'm not saying that I might have gotten a heads up that Ben and Gal were going to be jumping into the fray that day with the hashtag. I'm not saying I knew anything in advance about that. But I'm also not saying I didn't. Let me see if I can find that one that I'm telling you guys about, though. That one image. God, I read so many. I wrote so much about, again, all the images Zack was dropping at the time. It's like, I have such an archive to go back through to find like one specific thing. Okay, I think I got it right here. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. You see that image right there of Victor right outside the dean's office? Yes. This is 1 week before the big Twitter campaign for the Snyder Cut, and God, things were just I still remember just how much everything, just every day during this period here. Like it was really heating up that summer, but like once we got to like October and November, it seemed like every day something new dropped. It was so exciting. It was such a blast that whole period. It was so much fun following this and covering it. It was, but yeah, it was. So yeah, whenever every time I watch this movie, when this scene comes up, I always flash back to writing this article and the fact that I may or may not have been made aware in advance that Ray Fisher was going to be dropping this image. I'm pleading the fifth on that, of course. But yeah, anyways, I thought I'd go and share this with you guys. So here's another kind of little personal plug. Put in the chat for you there for you guys. And again, this is leading up to the release. Like you can see it's November 10th. My God, I can't believe it's been that long since then. Oh man, the things that have changed in my life since I wrote this article, or since we were campaigning for this movie. I had a bit of a thread I put up today about that exact topic, about how much just the campaigning for this movie and the ASFP works that's attached to it and the community that's formed around it. It's so, the time since then to now, so much has happened. Like starting with me like becoming a YouTuber and other things like again, as I listed off, I listed things like I've interviewed Shannon Lee twice. I've started several new disciplines of martial arts. I'm teaching martial arts now at my school. All these different things have happened in my life since then, and it's all again in this time frame that this movie sort of encapsulates. It's just all that. It's like it's wrapped up in all that somehow, and like it's so humbling and so profound to like really think about. Like, it's crazy to say just how much a superhero movie can make you like appreciate life and the value of your own time and all the different important events that unfold in your life. But that's another byproduct for me personally for Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it's like there are ways where it's like it's put my whole life into a different perspective through my eyes because of like things that have happened, changes that have happened in the time period from when the theatrical cut came out to when the Snyder cut is greenlit to when it's released to where we are now, celebrating its 4th birthday. You know, you look at life through the prism of that time frame, and it's you don't come away from that the same way you were before. Like this movie, the journey of this movie has made me look at my life differently. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. Okay, but anyway, that's enough of like me plugging my stuff and like going all, you know, Alan Ladd on you guys. Or Alan Watts on you guys, I should say. Remember when I got the screener for this? This is actually the thumbnail. Like when you press play on the screener, the thumbnail was this part here where Victor like walks into the bank with like, you know, in his mind with all the just huge piles of money everywhere. That was the thumbnail. It's like that was the image that's kind of stuck there. Like, oh, okay, what's this all about? And you press the money, and then press the money. Well, I guess that fits for this scene. You press play. You see what that's all about, and it reveals that yes, indeed. Oh, big time. And okay, I'll do another plug here actually. The way you phrased that, Azteca. This is one I had come up like right after the movie came out on Screen Rant. How Zack Snyder's Justice League redeems every character, and I went through them all. Like you said, put Cyborg right at the top of the list. Same thing with the Flash, for Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Superman, Steppenwolf, Lois and Martha, and even the late edition of the Joker. So I'll put that in the chat for you guys. You guys want to have a look? By the way, also South Cali guy who was our 300 subscriber on here. I remember him having like a little bit of a Twitter back and forth with the or like he posted this theory on social media about the waitress here that Victor helps, you know, by putting all the money in her bank account. And he talked about like, you know, I think it'd be cool if like, you know, if we ever, you know, wanting to see the story completed, he thought it'd be kind of cool if they actually kind of made her sort of like a, you know, a character that sort of was anchored to Cyborg for the rest of the story, where he kind of revisits how her life is going after this, and he goes back and she's like become the owner of the diner, and then maybe she's like, you know, really, you know, gotten wealthy later on, you know from franchising or something along those lines. But you know, he had this idea like she could like be kind of sort of intertwined with, you know, Victor's arc for the rest of the, you know, the 5-part story. And like you get to like the end of Justice League 3, and you know they kind of meet again, and like Victor reveals, yeah, I'm the one who like put all that money in your account all those years ago. And they just like sit down and have a coffee in the, you know, the restaurant that she now owns. And I thought, yeah, I could be down for that. That's a pretty good idea, man. What time do ducks get up? The quack of dawn. Chuck will be here all night, everybody. Can Cyborg actually drink coffee? Well, I mean, he's not a robot. He's a cyborg, so cybernetic organism. So you know, he still has organic. He still has organic parts. It means he's got to keep his brain alive. He's got to keep his organs alive. So yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, it's kind of like RoboCop, where it's like they they set up that whole, he's basically down to like a brain and a set of lungs, but they still have to like keep that, his organic tissue alive. So they have that kind of that little baby food dispenser in his kind of his quarters, and he's OCP. So I could see Cyborg, like, although I don't know, maybe like, he was created through a mother box, so maybe that also kind of, the effects of that kind of like remove the need for like, caloric and liquid sustenance they may have once needed. I don't know. It's an interesting question though. Does Cyborg have life insurance or a warranty? Good question, man. Yeah, again, that's what I was just saying. The mother box, like, it's a little bit different than like being a Reviver Robocop. So yeah. Oh, everybody's is. In fact, when we get to that scene, I'll talk a bit more about this, but that's actually one thing I do really like about when the League decides to bring back Superman in this version of the movie. I really like the fact that they play more as a democracy. They're not arguing with each other. They're nobody's trying to cut each other down. They all respect each other, and everybody gets their own say. So that's something I thought was I really prefer that in the Snyder cut when they're debating whether or not to bring Superman back to life, is the fact that the League, again, they're all equals, and Aquaman still has a little bit of mistrust for Cyborg because he's connected to the mother box, but again, it's these people all respect each other, and they respect each other's opinions about something as significant as whether or not we're going to bring Superman back to life. So that's something I really prefer in this version. Yes, Aaron, I remember this. Yeah, the woman who played the waitress, played by C. Amanda Maud. She instantly became, because I remember she put out, like, right when the movie was coming out, she put out a post saying, I play the waitress in the Snyder cut, but what can anybody confirm to me whether or not my scenes made it back in the movie? And everybody told her, yeah, they did. Everyone interviewing a few did. Yeah, I think she's been on a few YouTube channels kind of talking about that. So yeah, she did. But yeah, I like that idea that South Cali guy had about like kind of like linking her with Cyborg as far as like the remainder of the arc. I do as well, Brad. The disagreements and it's like you don't need to make like we're forming like a superhero team. You don't need to like start from the foundation of they all hate each other right at the beginning. I mean, yeah, you'll have something, like Batman's distrust of Batman, Superman's their distrust of each other in BBS. It's like, yeah, but that's not like they're not forming a team at that point. And it's like it's rooted in like different like Batman sees Superman as an unchecked god, and Superman sees Batman as this loose cannon. But like once they're actually all at the table, like working together as a team, I'm kind of over that whole trope about they need to act like a-holes to each other to establish any kind of chemistry. I remember this scene was actually when you had during the production of the movie when they flew all the journalists to the Justice League set in London. Kind of reporting back on it back in summer 2017. Or this scene specifically was they got shown footage of this, and then like about a month later it was shown in the first Comic-Con trailer. So that was pretty, and I thought it was pretty cool. Barry. I was really dug. It's like, he doesn't need any convincing at all to be like, stop right there, I'm in. It's like, I need friends. Stop right there, I'm in. Aaron, yeah, that would be cool. We could ever get her, maybe like the next one. Would be great to get somebody from the movie on the show here, definitely. Maybe next time we do it, because we're doing so much for charity. Try to get her on. Line with polymer, specialized polymer cellular cells. It's my Jeremy Irons impression, everybody. By the way, guys, and I know this is coming. If I hear one of you in this chat say, Diana's like lived through the entire 20th century and she knows more about technology than you, Brad, don't do it. Don't do it. I know you're all thinking it, but don't do it. If anything, it's like that's natural. Okay? She has like seen all this unfold right in front of her eyes. So don't anybody. I know you're all thinking you're making some kind of like tech joke relating to Wonder Woman. Being 5,000 years old. She's on. Lived through World War One. Now she's on this computer in the 21st century. Yes, I'm well aware. Okay, I know I suck at technology, guys. I know you're all thinking it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't put it in the chat. Don't even think it. This is also was like a comparing the theatrical cut to this one. Again, theatrical cut, Victor steps out from behind the alley to walk up to Diane, and here this is so much. He just flies up, and he's clearly visible in the sky, and just flies up 10 feet in front of her, and just again he's making a statement with that. I do think I remember hearing something about this during that kind of that time frame, Daniel, and I think that was kind of partly rooted in the popularity of Mad Max Fury Road at the time. Like I don't remember the specifics of it, but there was like some kind of like scuttlebutt that George Miller, A, he just had a big hit in Mad Max Fury Road, and B, he'd already previously been attached to the first attempt to make a Justice League movie, so there was talk about him having some kind of like DC involvement at the time. But again, I don't remember the specifics of what all that rumor and chatter was back then. I have to go look that up again, but I do remember some of that. 186 units on a Tuesday night when Daredevil Born Again is. This is why we keep doing watch parties of this movie, as part of our charity drive, because there's definitely an audience for this movie and for this universe and these characters, and of course you can leverage that for AFSP. So if you, as we said earlier, this is a charity stream. If you can, please consider a donation to AFSP. The link is let me go and pull up here in the chat again. You have to our right here in the chat our AFSP drive. If you can, please consider a donation. If you cannot donate, also just sharing it around, I would greatly appreciate that. By the way, guys, confession. I did also say this to my prom date. That you're looking at the hottest thing on earth. Exact words I said to my prom date. She did dump me too, though, unfortunately. I guess you shouldn't say that on a prom date. I think Joe Morton also, by the way, give a little bit of my personal kind of history with his relationship with bodywork. My first son, a lot of people, his big break obviously was as Miles Dyson in Terminator 2, but that was not the first thing I saw him in was Speed. Actually, I first saw him as Lieutenant McMahon in Speed, and then I think that same year that's when I first saw Terminator 2, and that was Miles Dyson. And I mean, he was on Smallville, and I think he did some other voice work in the DC animated stuff. So he has prior DC history. So there is a bit of legacy casting involved here with like his relationship with DC work before, but also, I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to say. I mean, they are definitely kind of playing on, or they're evoking, his portrayal of Miles Dyson by having his portrayal of Joe Morton's portrayal of Silas Stone. I think it's definitely something they're very much playing on here, up to and including his heroic sacrifice in this movie, which involves a kind of an explosive box of sorts. I still can't. I still don't know how that bomb works in T2. It's like, I don't know how much longer I can hold this. I don't know how that bomb works. Or he has to hold like this huge weight, and then once he drops it, that's off. Like, I am not a demolitions expert, but again, like he's a tech scientist in both movies who ends up sacrificing himself to save the world. Hi Barry, I'm Diana. I always love that line. Yeah, don't get dead. Yeah, he has great lines. He has a lot of great lines. He goes, "You're fired. Everybody's fucking fired." Or I'll tell him what you do is goddamn money. Or puts him in the crazy but not stupid section. Yeah, he's very quotable and speed. And here's to Jack for shooting Harry. Something we've all wanted to do for a very long time. Yeah, that was him. He has a mustache in that, so I don't know if that makes him like not as readily recognizable. But yeah, that's my first thing I saw. Joe Morton in was Speed. Arnold, release the Snyder Cut, restore the Snyderverse. Come on, do it now, now, and put that cookie down. I do think this is a pretty cool touch in this version of the movie too. The kind of the Atlanteans kind of making dolphin noises to communicate. I mean, obviously, once you get to the Aquaman, solo movie, and even like sections of this movie, it's like that might you can't sustain that for a whole movie, dialogue wise. So, but like this kind of sets the idea, like that's what their language sounds like to them underwater. But then, for the sake of like clarity and streamlining a 2 hour 20-minute movie, the Aquaman movie, okay, we'll just have them speak English. You know. I get the Bob, ja, wo du weißt, es an the bicep, ja. Wo das alle mit bicep girls. I'm not the pervert, I just was looking for Doberman doll. How did we get talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger right now, man? Is it because of his history with DC? Playing a DC villain? It's like, you wanna say to me to the cooler? What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. Tonight, a freeze is coming. Stay cool, beard boy. Great intro for Aquaman here. Yeah, Aquaman and Superman, they have really great intros into action scenes where they stop Steppenwolf from chopping somebody with his axe. Now, even in the theatrical cut, I did think this is a pretty cool move by Aquaman where he grabs one of Steppenwolf's horns and twirls him around and then does the knee on him. So that was, I'm glad they can't, that was, retained, or that always was part of this version of the movie. Stick around. So you put up a story because it all drives all to the grinder. What happened to you? You'd be someone I could trust. You are not you. You're me. Yep, Aaron. Again, even as somebody who is really, really, part of, hashtagging and advocating for and also covering, for this, journalistically for this movie, like when it was confirmed it was going to be released. I mean, even I was feeling a little bit daunted by the 4-hour runtime, and we are already nearly at the halfway mark of it. Again, it just goes by. You might say, guys, that Zack Snyder's Justice League goes by in a flash. Of course. I am the comic relief, and of course we have
Yeah,
we have the
no, you're
non-comic relief.
not the comic relief because you actually have to be
You mean you've had that? Well, as Aaron just pointed out, it's like we're
funny.
already nearly at the 2-hour mark of this 4-hour movie, and it said, yeah, it's like you might say, Zack
Yeah,
Snyder's Justice League
I
goes
heard the bad
by
joke.
in a flash.
I heard the bad joke. I heard the bad joke.
Okay, so I'll wrap up with the Swordman.
Yeah, we're done. So where are we at time
I
wise?
am at right now 151. It's right when Steppenwolf is like creating the energy dome around the city. He's talking to Desaad right now.
All right, I'm there. Hold on. Hit play. Come on, dude.
Oh, we hear it going now.
Yeah, because I'm not completely hooked up yet. Hold on.
By the way, I played also or I shared for everybody while you're away. Zack's Zack posted about this earlier on Twitter and Barrow. The word his message was he shared the trailer and the caption.
Yeah.
It's been 4 years, still humbled by the fact that this exists at all. Big thanks to all of you that made it happen. If you have a spare 4 hours, go give it a watch at stream on HBO Max. Now, this might sound a little tinfoil hat on my part, but
I knew this was coming too.
is there any particular reason why he specified streaming on Max?
Because that's where it's at.
Okay, but he can also watch the other means now. I got 4 or 7 physical copies and a digital copy now.
Well, but I mean, if I'm a business person and I'm an executive producer or director on something that I get residuals on a stream, eventually,
He gets residuals on digital downloads and like physical purchases.
I'm pretty sure the majority of it's coming.
Oh God, this is so. The intro of Batman here. I mean, like on that gargoyle with them. I mean, that's like a Korn album cover there.
Hold on for a second, guys. 186 of you guys watching right now. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the fundraiser.
I just brought that up a couple minutes ago. Yeah. So
hopefully,
go back to that, guys. And by the way, I think I mentioned this when you were away. I think we owe Film Junkie a thank you because he did retweet your post. Or I guess, well, I started it. So the Sci-Fi Center's Twitter post, Film Junkie retweeted that as his follower. So we may owe him a debt of gratitude for the audience we have this evening. Although this does seem to be like pretty consistent for like the kind of turnout we get for this movie in general. But nevertheless, thank you very much, Dave, for sharing that.
All right, right now we're still sitting at 920, which is what we opened up at. So hopefully we can push that to a different level, a new level. There it is.
There we go.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you until you're ready to talk. Because,
well, actually, I'm gonna now that you're back, I'm gonna step away for real quick.
Okay.
All right, be right back, guys.
Yeah, his I'm sorry to subject you to that to Brad's comedy without some kind of filter. My favorite parts were the nightmare scene, where once Cyborg, sees his vision, that part, and then the epilogue at the end where you see the evil Superman. Both. So the nightmare prologue and the epilogue, those two.
Get a head start on the warmer months ahead with a $29 AC tune-up from Yes Air Conditioning, Heating, Plumbing, and Electric. Yes offers licensed technicians and an exceptional service guarantee to give you peace of mind and help prevent expensive breakdowns. Ensure your system is working at peak efficiency and
So
help save
Becca
money on
asked,
energy costs with a $29 AC tune-up. Call
what did you like best, your favorite part?
Yeah, I answered. I got them. Yeah,
Oh, you
both for me. They were both the when Vic's vision, when he puts touches the mother box, and then the epilogue. So both of the nightmare scenarios.
Yeah, my favorite. I answered like this while you were away. Like if I could pick one moment out of and we're gonna get there, you're definitely gonna see me fanboy out at Bradgasm, I guess, the popular term now. But if I could pick one moment in this movie to relive for seeing for the very first time, 2 words: not impressed. That is a
That would have been a cool theater moment, but
the earth would have shaken with the applause that would have gotten.
The SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule splashing down Tuesday evening off Florida's Gulf Coast. Dolphins circling the return
I don't know how
as it was lifted onto a recovery.
It's an all-time
Astronaut
Superman
Tony
moment.
Williams and Butch Wilmore exiting the spacecraft.
And then after that, it's the
fresh air for the first time.
when the Flash does this thing.
Yeah, the Oscar fan favorite winning scene.
Their muscles weren't working as hard, their heart wasn't working as hard, and so there's a muscular and cardiovascular kind of reconditioning that has to happen.
What was supposed to be an 8-day mission for the 2 astronauts last June instead evolved into a 286-day stay aboard the ISS after their Boeing Starliner capsule encountered issues that NASA determined made it too risky for them to return to Earth. Butch and Sonny made
That was just me. Yeah, we're hearing something about NASA. William.
Oh yeah, I have the news on.
Yeah, and I mentioned this earlier. As Aaron says, big congratulations to Gal Gadot receiving a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Yeah, like I said, as a lot of people point out, you might call it a bit of a full circle moment, the 4-year anniversary of Zack.
That and you have she has a movie coming out this week.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's like not everybody with a movie coming out, that week like has a star added to the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I mean, Rachel Zegler is getting a star this week, and I know. I mean, that's and not without drifting into that whole controversy of just, you know what I mean.
I think that movie's going to take. I think that movie's going to make a crap ton of money, regardless of that.
I think so.
I really don't think people care about these online controversies.
Well, the reception from like a lot of the early shows, it seems to be pretty well received.
I've heard nothing bad about it, and that's usually weird for me
and
to not hear something bad.
And Gall are actually, their performances are getting pretty widely acclaimed. So and it's like I'm kind of indifferent to, I mean, you and I were we're not the Disney remake guys. I'm probably going to give it a look just because it gives support. You just want to see Gall play a villain, but that's about the extent of my interest in it, though. But I mean, yeah,
I'm probably never going to go see Snow White, so congratulations on that.
Are you doing any promo for it? Do you
no.
promo for anything in general for Disney other than like Marvel or Star Wars stuff?
It depends. Most of the time, no, because they usually don't even ask me about stuff like Snow White because they know my demographic is probably not going to it.
So you don't send people to showings of any like the Disney live action remakes or anything.
They don't make those. They don't usually make those seats available for me because they don't. A lot of times they'll give me stuff that's consistent with my demo.
Okay.
Excuse me, you're the guy who orders pizza and puts your cell phone up against your camera while I have you on a panel, dude. So I don't want to hear about background noise from you.
Here's another thing I really love that we got to see, like, in its proper context when this version of the movie came. Like you can see here, like Aquaman swims through that big burst of water in the wall, and he swims through and he swims upright and he just hovers there, with thousands of gallons of water just pouring in, with that amount of pressure and speed, and he can just stonewall the water like that. It's such a cool display of his powers.
That's kind of cool how he's. This is always cool.
When he slams the trident into the
when he holds back all that water.
Yeah.
Everybody just looks at him instead of running. Yeah.
Well, Barry's asking, like, who's that? Kind of reminded me a little bit of like BVS, like, is she with you? You think that would have been like got you too on the nose of like Barry had said like the Diana or Batman?
You're coming in and out.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that would have been too on the nose if Barry had turned to Batman or Diane and said, "Is he with you?"
That would have been kind of cool. That wouldn't have been on the nose. It would have been consistent with the with that type of thing that they'd done within the movie. That would have been cool.
That's kind of the equivalent moment of this movie to BVS. Is she with you?
I don't think because something's on the nose that it shouldn't be done. People kind of stray away from stuff like that. If it works, it works.
Yeah. Yeah, likewise, Aaron. Definitely, likewise. Vin Diesel, like Patty Jenkins, kind of got a lot of attention. Is like, yes, that her Hollywood star, but Vin Diesel is also there saying, "Oh yeah, y'all, I consider her, I mean, fitting term for him, family." Their association with Fast and Furious, and you know what? Because again, at the end of Fast X, Giselle comes back after her ostensible death in Fast and Furious 6, and you know what? With how ridiculous this series has gotten, and Giselle, like her death, quote unquote, happening by her falling out of an airplane going 100 miles an hour onto a concrete tarmac. In the next one, I really hope they don't even bother trying to explain how she survived. I hope they just like, yeah, she's here, or it's Fast and Furious. It's the power of family. So this is also something I remember Chris Terrio talking a bit about at the at Full Circle event about the plans for the sequels being that they were going to, because that is a question a lot of people raised about like how did Dark Side lose track of the anti-life equation being on Earth. And I mean a lot of people have talked about he just got his ass kicked and then teleported out of there, and he's now back in his universe. And so I mean Earth is a grain of salt in the ocean. But Terrio talked about the plan was it would evolve. It sounds like actually this sounds really interesting to me. It's like everybody kind of zeroes in on the nightmare and the final battle with Darkseid, but it sounds like actually a pretty good chunk of the story would also kind of zero in on like the new gods and like life on Apocalypse itself, where he talked about there was like Machiavellian betrayals, like almost like a kind of like a Game of Thrones on Apocalypse sort of thing, and it would like that would also delve into like how Darkseid lost track of the anti-life equation.
Well, there's one word and one character that could have amounted for it, and that's Metron.
Yeah.
Metron keeps the balance in between all of that, and if Darkseid finding that would have created an imbalance that the universe couldn't accept. So that would have been his justification and it's within his power to make that happen, to make them all forget.
Do you think that could also kind of tie into the whole reason why Steppenwolf is exiled, and he might have played some kind of role in that too?
He could have been used and manipulated by Metron. Yeah, it's very possible.
About you betrayed Darkseid. We're not told exactly how he did that, but it could relate to the anti-life equation. That could be interesting.
Yeah.
And speaking of the devil, Darkseid, we're about to see him in a second here. I remember one of the Vodka streams not too long after this movie came out. There was like a spoiler discussion, and Scott from a Squadcast and DC Fanimated, he talked about this scene specifically, and like the way Darkseid enters this conversation. It's kind of like he hears about the anti-life equation, and it's kind of like the equivalent of somebody saying, "Okay, give me the phone." He talks directly to Steppenwolf now. By the way, if you have not heard Ray Porter do his Darkseid, obviously there's like technical assistance that he has, really achieving like an alien voice. But you heard him like this kind of like just on the fly, like he's been on the box stream or the YouTube shows. He actually does a pretty good Darkseid voice, like even without any kind of technological aid. William, also maybe actually before I get into that, just going back to yes, this is a charity stream for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, guys. So if you can, please consider a donation to our link right here. Also, if you can't, just sharing it around, that's also, just spreading the link is also very, very helpful. But I also asked William, because obviously a lot of the story basis and kind of like material from DC Comics and the movie draws from is very heavily inspired by Jack Kirby and the Fourth World. So can you maybe kind of give a little bit of like added history about like just the general sort of concept of the new gods, as Jack Kirby established that for kind of maybe people who had read like a whole lot of Jack Kirby's work?
Oh, he established two things in the early 70s of his career, early 70s, when he was going back and forth between Marvel and DC. The Eternals was what he was working on for Marvel, and then he was working on the New Gods, which is roughly the same thing. The New Gods are, from the Fourth World, which exists outside of the multiverse, and basically it's his storytelling of the Greek gods and things like it, hell, apocalypse, Olympus, Highgard, all those things like that were basically his equivalent. He was trying to do those in two different comic book companies, and if you look at, there's a lot of parallels between Eternals and Eternals and the Fourth World. Now with the Fourth World is split up into two worlds, ruled by one's ruled by Darkseid, obviously, and Highfather rules the other ones, and they've been at war since longer than memory. But there's been a truce that was reached where they traded sons. Orion was raised on New Genesis. I'm having a hard time to think today. And then Scott Free, which is Mr. Miracle, was raised on Apocalypse until he got the fuck out of there. And it's basically, wow, we need to go over this in detail, because I need to have all my stuff in front of me. But yes, so Darkseid is a Jack Kirby creation. The entire Fourth World is.
Yeah, we should do that as like I don't think we've done like New Gods like the turning.
Nah, we haven't had a reason. We haven't. Wow, we're at 206, by the way.
Yeah, we are coming up pretty close now on, if you have like the physical copy of Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's on 2 discs, and the first disc, the movie ends at there's no us without him, right when they decide to bring back Superman. So we're getting pretty, again, like I said, goes by in a flash.
Oh my god. I can't do the bad jokes today. I can't today. So New Genesis, Apocalypse, Highfather, Zeus, basically. Apocalypse was a nightmarish dystopia ruled by the Tyrant. He got basically Darkseid got his power from basically stealing it from his brother, but Darkseid was not the rightful heir to the Omega effect.
His birth name, by the way, is Euxis.
Euxis is his name. Some new gods that you guys might know, obviously Darkseid, Orion. Orion is his son, and Orion is as powerful Darkseid is, or Orion can take him. In fact, if you look at Kingdom Come, Orion has killed Darkseid and taken over Apocalypse. Steppenwolf in the comics is his nephew. Or not his nephew, is his uncle.
They don't really They don't go like establish like definitively one way or the other in the movie, but in the comics, Steppenwolf is Darkseid's uncle. Yeah, but they have other new gods like you got Granny Goodness, Desaad, and Calabac.
Big Barda, Big Desaad is a prominent one. Most of them you don't see unless there's stories involved in them. The one I brought up before is Metron. He's a supreme explorer, scientist, and inventor who rides a time traveling Mobius chair. He is very powerful. And he can do a lot. There's a lot you can do story-wise with him, but we'll go over one of those in depth one time.
Now here we are at the Martha Lois scene here. Now, I'm kind of
not really. If I were doing the rest of this story arc, which basically means the Darkseid War, then the air cut makes sense to me. But adding the air cut to this would be a waste of time. it would be a waste of time because you're on the road to nowhere.
Now, I'm kind of curious your thoughts on this part because first of all, for me, if I had to pick, because Zack, when he was like doing all his social media teases about this movie, there was kind of a trade-off where we had a not insignificant amount of the movie spoiled for us before we saw it. That was kind of like the sacrifice we had to make, in pushing for this movie to see the light of day. And one thing, if I had to pick like one tease he made or one aspect of this movie I would like to like erase from my mind going into seeing it for the first time, it would have been the Martian Manhunter reveal. But I'm kind of curious your thoughts on the whole thing about like this scene that he's disguising himself as Martha, because there's been a bit of back and forth on that where the people think like this kind of like, some people think it kind of undercuts the emotion of the scene where like Martha's consoling Lois and it turns out it's not really her.
Not really, because the message is still the same. I never felt that.
Yeah, that's what I always thought too.
Dark Side War won't happen. Air cuts closer to completion. Air cut could be done, and it would make less sense. It doesn't matter whether it's done or not. If it doesn't fit, why are you doing the air cut if you're not going to finish the arc? Those characters are brought about explicitly to be pushed forward to the end of the storyline. If you're not going to finish the storyline, I don't care. I mean, I don't care about pieces of the story at this point. I want the whole thing. We've been dancing around pieces for 8 years now. At this point, if you ever got the justification to greenlight the end of this particular point in the Dark Side War and Joker, all that, then at the very same time, the air cut needs to be announced because now it makes sense. Otherwise, you're just giving me another crumb. I'm at the dinner table like a dog begging for fucking something to fall off your plate. I don't need that anymore.
Yeah, see, this is like, this moment here. If I had to pick like one twist or surprise, this probably would be the one where like it's like, God, if I would have loved to have like watched the movie for the first time and see not only is Martian Manhunter making his debut, but also he's been Swanwick the whole time.
Yeah, especially after Man of Steel.
Yeah. Well, and like again, like I'm telling you, like go back and watch Man of Steel. Zack, I love you, but I don't buy it when you're telling us like this whole, I saw a fan theory online decide to
I doubt it.
Canonize that with this. Like, no, look at all the little tiny hints of the. I mean, Swanwick. How many times in Man of Steel do you see him in like Matrix green tint?
Okay, this is kind of dumb because it makes more sense because you're talking about giving me a story. You're talking about giving me a crumb that is going to lead to nowhere. Unless you were going to, it doesn't have to be a 2 or 3. Like I said, I don't need all these fucking movies. I just need the end of the story. If you're not going to give me the end of the story, why give me some chapter that won't make any sense without it? It makes no sense without this. The whole reason the Harley Quinn and that particular Joker is bought in is to end up where you were going to end up. If you're not going there, why do I need this? Especially if I already made a profit. If I'm the company, I already made the profit the first time. Why am I spending money on a movie I already made the money on to get it redistributed? It doesn't make any sense unless you're going somewhere with it. Like I said, if you were ever to say, hey, we're going to wrap up, we're going to do the Apocalypse War or however it's done, then yeah, now it makes sense because it's part of the relevant story. Otherwise, that's why it hasn't been made yet. It doesn't make any sense to make it. These things aren't happening by accident, guys. You may think there's some grand conspiracy. No. It has to make sense, especially.
Well, I mean, it made plenty of sense back when this movie was being released, and they stonewalled
it
because they were dickheads.
But that was 4 years ago. And if I could, if we were in 2021 and you were dealing with different management, then it would have made sense to make the announcement at the same time, just like Film Junkie said. 4 years later, and you're not doing anything with it, it makes no sense at all for me. That's not a knock against Dave Ayer. I love his work, but it doesn't make any sense to do it. Until you have to pay for it. Like I said, on our tiny little screens, a lot of shit makes sense until you have to lay down the cash for it. And then it starts making, it sounds sillier and sillier when the money has to be asked for. No. In fact, I want you to read that to yourself, Fourth, and see how, and I want you to understand just how silly that sounds out loud.
No, he's right. It's like this movie was put out, with the administration like undercutting it. So they were telling us at the time, we're not finishing this.
Yeah, but that's the air cut compared to the Snyder cut is like comparing. I'm sorry, it's comparing a gnat to a falcon when it comes to priorities and what had more of a chance of getting done. Even now, it's just not. I mean, like I said, it has to make sense, and right now it currently doesn't. I'm not like I'm rooting against it. I understand why it's not happening or hasn't happened yet. We were dealing with the air cut issue before the Snyder cut issue. So,
by the way, William, I hope you have avoided Daredevil Born Again spoilers as much as possible tonight, because there is something in this next episode that we're going to be watching tomorrow that I already know about. It's not like a plot twist, but it's a character appearance.
Once again, you guys can have your opinion, and that's okay. But the reality is, it's not happening. Your opinion about it's not moving it one way or another. I wish it were that easy. I mean, I wish it were that easy for my opinion about something to move it into reality. That would be awesome. But your frame of mind is not on the table where things happen. It's on the outside of the table. It's out in the front yard. It's the face pressed up against the window, hoping for shit. If it were meant to happen at this point, as content starved, and it's almost done and all that, then it would have happened. But be honest with you, from somebody who's a fan of all of that, why would I do that if I'm Warner Brothers? Take yourself out of this. Take the fanboy goggles off and ask, why would I do that if I wasn't going to basically tie this up in a bow and wrap it up? Why would I take a half step? It's not worth it. I mean, I wish it was. Dude, tomorrow if David Ayer came on and say, "Hey, I got it, guys," I more power to him. But I doubt that's going to happen, and there's a reason it hasn't happened. No, Fourth, your opinions are not fact. Please read this stuff before you type it.
There was another image I remember seeing during Zack's tease phase of them putting the coffin in the van. This because this is pretty early on when he started dropping all the stuff. And again, every time I watch this movie, that image right there always jumps out to me. I think that's about the point where when he was starting to put out images that weren't seen in the movie, where like it really, really started to make clear. And by the way, this was back 2018. This is before I started kind of covering it myself. But it was like around that time when he was putting out images like that, it really made clear, okay, something is rotten in Denmark as far as like the contrast of what we saw versus what we didn't. By the way, I also remember when this movie came out, the scene, the little exchange there between Aquaman and Flash about the two hats, like option A, no, I want option B. Let me see A again. People kind of took that like at flow. That's like, okay, option A, no, and that they use that like, okay, option A was the Snyder cut, then option B is the theatrical cut, and then okay, let me see A again, and that's kind of how we got the movie released.
All right, guys, we're still at 9:20, so hopefully we can progress a little bit. And if not, later on.
I mean, we got May 20th come up too.
You've got mail.
Jog is going, what scene are we on? Where the Wonder Twins show up. $210 people watching right now. That is again, we can't thank you enough for all their turnout, but as I said, this is a charity stream, so if you can, please consider a donation to the AFSP drive we're doing. It's linked in the chat, linked right here on the screen. If not, just share it around. The people donate themselves. That'll also be very, very helpful.
Just got an email from Tiltify saying we were in the top 40 of 2024's. Congratulations, Tiltify,
Wow.
top 300. Top 300 fundraisers for March 18th, 2025. Congratulations on being one of Tiltify's top 300 fundraisers for 2024. To celebrate, we want to send you an exclusive enamel pin. All you have to do is let us know. Okay, cool. Like to go with my shirt. Yay.
Top 300. They must have a lot of people do charity drives through Tiltify. I'd never heard of Tiltify before we started doing these.
Yeah, it's the one AFSP puts all theirs through. That's how I found it. Because when you go on their website and click on raise funds, it sends you to Tiltify.
Yeah, fourth. I mean, he's got good fight scenes in here, like like the tunnel fight and like some of the parademons and things like that. I mean, I admit one thing is like one of the images Zack put out during his tease phase was him Batman slamming a thug's head into a wall, a la The Raid, and I remember thinking like because that wasn't something we had seen before in any of the movies, so I thought that was an indication there was like a big kind of like warehouse-esque Batman fight in this version. It looks like it might have just been like test footage for the warehouse and BVS. So
plus, it's not a Batman. That was a movie pretty much. Even though it was a Superman sequel, it was a Batman movie. This was really not a Batman movie.
This is an ensemble,
yeah. There really didn't need to be that type of scene in this movie.
And in some ways, it's a cyborg origin movie. Well, now we're coming up on William, one of his favorite moments. And I mean, I love the nightmare glimpse too, obviously. And it's also interesting too because we just did our Conan the Barbarian watch party about 2 weeks ago. So the one shot of Darkseid we're going to see here, it's pretty clear the King Conan homage that Zack does here. I'll point out when we get to it. Yep, there we are. Darkseid King Conan.
First time I watched this, I didn't even see him on that ramp.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, what I didn't see here was the first time I saw it was all the parademons right here, right behind the Amazons.
Oh, you didn't see their eyes going?
I didn't even see. Yeah, well, I was focusing on Hippolyta, I guess. But yeah, I didn't even see them like standing behind their standing guard. Now I've seen a lot of people kind of point out that this shot of Darkseid turning around and like looking at the camera, it's almost like he's looking at Cyborg directly through the nightmare vision. This is something else too, where Zack, he repurposed a couple of shots of Superman from Man of Steel and BVS for this movie because Henry wasn't able to be part of the additional photography because he was working on The Witcher at the time. And that shot of Superman like holding Lois's burnt skeleton, that's pulled from the ending of Man of Steel. I didn't even recognize that first time I saw this. That really got by me. I mean, it's a recolored suit, but still, I mean, now I see it's like, oh yeah, I recognize that. The one that really stands out is at the end, in the final Nightmare Vision. That one, I immediately recognize that from BVS. Yeah, other kind of interesting thing too. I remember like this year when the movie, not like right when the movie came out, but like the year 2021, because we had this and Eternals come out, and Eternals, who's the character with super speed in Eternals again?
Makari.
Yeah, so I remember like a lot of people, maybe not like a lot, but I mean, and it wasn't necessarily in like a flippant way, but I remember like a lot of comparisons being made between like Flash's super speed and like the way they're portrayed, and there's a lot, there's a lot of bullet time and slow mo with Flash in this movie, and Makari, it's a little bit more straightforward, like you can just like zooming across the screen really, really fast. And I don't know, do you have a preference either way with like how the portrayal of super speed or?
No, because they're all different. Makari is when presented in in the Eternals was supposed to have godlike speed, and the Flash has evolved into godlike speed. So it's a difference in how they got their powers, what they are. That reflects how it looks when it's done in film to me. So
we get in this movie, and we get moments like when he's saving the people from the debris or fighting the parademons, and when he's building up the charge in the end battle, and we definitely get scenes of the flat where his super speed is portrayed in a very like he's zooming across the screen faster than the speed of light. So it's not entirely like again like he slows down and the world slows down with him to kind of show the equivalent of like, okay, if we slow him down to normal speed, here's how slow everybody around him is going, kind of bullet time idea. So it's not strictly that, but yeah, I don't know. It's like it's just one of those things where you see the kind of that debate about. Yeah, it's a little bit also kind of a byproduct of like the whole Marvel versus DC kind of debate. But yeah, that's something that was kind of on my mind too, like seeing Eternals and Flash, or definitely come out the same year, and two speedster characters in it, and their speed is kind of shown on screen in different ways. This was like one of my favorite. This was one of my favorite scenes in the theatrical cut, and then it was like twice as good in this version because it was way cut down in the theatrical cut, and you had reshoot footage like interspliced in it. But now it's like just the reshoots are gone, and there's more to it. So there's a lot more to it. So this was like this really kind of made the theatrical cut from the Superman versus Justice League fight scene, but again, way better in this version. And I don't know if you've seen people pointing this out, William, but if you look closely, right when Flash trips when he's going at it with Superman, on the kind of the memorial post there, his head kind of lands next to a spot where it has the name Richard Parker right next to it, and of course everybody or Ben Parker right next to it, and then, of course that led to a lot of Spider-Man jokes right when this movie came out. I'll point out when we get there. Well, you might not even be able to see it unless you freeze frame. Guys, I love this fight scene. I love it. I know how I feel though about the lightning bolt, the yellow lightning bolts on the bottom of Flash's shoes. I know I'm not sure. I'm still not sure how I feel about those, but this this was a Zack moment that was still included in the theatrical cut. The whole Superman Flash speeding up to him and Superman's eyes turning, and that got a big gasp in the theater. I remember. So that was still a very effective moment in the real movie. The score in this part right here when Superman's fighting Flashes, it sounded a little like Tron to anybody else. It always reminded me a little bit of Tron. I don't know why. It has a very 80s kind of sci-fi little quality to it. Yeah, there it is, Ben Parker, right next to Flash's head on that memorial slab there. Yeah, and this is where we start to see stuff that wasn't in the theatrical version of this fight scene, is the military getting involved. And Cyborg, like, coming out to Superman and having, like, the other set of arms come out, and yeah, even better in this version.
All right, we are at 9:20 still as far as our fundraiser goes.
Another big laugh coming up here. The whole Aquaman getting pissed off at Flash for tripping a needle like that. I'm kind of wondering, this might have also been like this whole like exchange of headbutts between Superman and Wonder Woman. Now, granted, like canonically, they have comparable strength and durability, so you could still attribute it to that. But again, the whole idea of Amazons being descended from Kryptonians, that I'm wondering if that might have also like been like a kind of little subtle hint that they put in there. The idea that,
I mean, even without that, they're still strong. They're still on par
yeah,
as far as strength goes. She's on par with him.
here again, Aquaman. That's one of the big moments of levity in this fight. It's like, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, that might have actually been because there were apparently there were like a certain elements from the New Justice League Mortal that were kind of retained in the in I think in both BVS and Justice League, or that might have been one of like Superman had. But then again, also you know, Zack has said that he met with Leonardo DiCaprio, for Lex Luthor at one point. Obviously, I ended up going forward, but Leo apparently suggested, "Oh, it'd be cool if like the Justice League and Superman had a fight scene." And Zack kind of took that and ran with it. So I think I'm like, so it might be kind of like half and half. But I need to I need to kind of look more into this to kind of fully see what where the list you're talking about. But I do remember hearing something about this subject. I remember this shot too here with some Zack's Verities. It's like right where the tear falls out of Victor's eye. I think that was one that and he actually dropped that right before he revealed that. Oh yeah, by the way, Silas dies in my version of the movie.
All right, we're rolling into part 6, and we are stuck on 920, guys. So remember, this is a charity stream.
Yes.
We've seen this movie a bunch of times, so we're here to raise money for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I'm going to continue to keep putting it in the chat until we get off of that number. Tired of staring at that 920, guys. All right, we are at 213 individuals watching on all the platforms: Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. So, like I said, spread the word. It doesn't have to happen tonight, obviously. we need $5,000 to clear, or we need $4,020 to clear to clear 20 grand for the entirety of the campaign since we started since day one. I have no expectations of reaching that tonight, but over time we can, and it can start here. I mean, for those of you who will be watching the stream at a decent hour, the link is tied to the top. It's pinned to the top of the chat, so go ahead and use that if you can. And if you can't do it, put it in the laps in front of somebody who can. It helps.
Does, guys. By the way, with that scene back there in the barn, William, I was about to just occurred to me because like your whole thing you talk about with ACS, where he's like, it's like nerds aren't allowed to be in the. It's like nerds, you when you get in that good shape, you make the rest of us look bad. Well, Henry Cavill, I mean, he's pretty avid gamer. So I think he kind of falls in that category too. Like the
and
ACS
like Clark Kent here, the ACS walks around without his shirt on and tries to intimidate people. And
Henry's, he's probably gonna like you for that like the Highlander movies doing Chad Stahelski. It's like he's brought, and it's a good thing he's basically he's kind of kept himself in he's kind of perpetually in Superman shape because the Highlander will definitely call upon that. Okay. Is it just me? Because I need to ask everybody in the chat and William about this. I don't know what this is, but is it just me or this part where they're all at the computer in the Batcave? Something about the way this scene is lit. They all look like action figures to me. I don't know what it is, but there's the way they're like they keep every like this part right here. It's like something about it, they just look like their own toys. I don't know what it is, but yeah. It always kind of stood out to me about this moment, about this scene in the Batcave. Yeah, does this? By the way, when you're talking about like when the theatrical cut came out, again, there's so much footage we'd seen marketed that wasn't in the movie, and I think this is a big one for a lot of people. This is in the last trailer, like I think about 6 weeks before it came out or so. The whole where it opens with Superman out, and the thing, I'll take that as a yes. And again, that's one of the big things that was omitted. Like, was there any like particular like omission of something from the marketing that?
Well, one where you walk up to Alfred.
Yeah, that was a big one.
That was a huge one because that was like, who the fuck was it?
There was a theory a lot of people had it was going to be Green Lantern. It's like, no, it's not going to be Green Lantern.
But that was out. There was a whole bunch of stuff. There's a video of all these trailers because somebody did a video 8 years ago or so when the movie was released, and they were looking at. That's how you started to piece together that there was something wrong, because they played all the trailers that we had seen, and what they did, like I said, this is the worst art marketing. I've shown you guys pictures of the marketing campaign that we got on this one. None of it included Superman. I showed you guys the pictures. I don't know if Brad, you were on the stream when we did this, but I pulled up all the poster works, all the Alex Ross artwork.
I think I remember you showing some of that. Yeah.
And it wasn't there. So they really went weird with this.
But that was like the biggest like omission, like scene omission for you, was the Superman and Alfred scene.
That I can remember right offhand today, but I'm pretty sure there was more.
I think a big one for me was we're actually going to see it here in a minute, is in the Batcave with Bruce saying talking about like the premonition, the nightmare vision. And I think it's something darker, which it was in the last trailer, and I mean obviously that framing of that is alluding to Darkseid. I mean, it was clearly meant to, both in the context of the movie and the marketing. But again, that was a real big red flag for me too. They meet. Chuck, I think. No, come on, you're fourth, and now they need to put Zan and G. That's who needs to show up at the end. Defeat Steppenwolf. Powers activate. Yeah, here's talking about where Bruce, like a lot of people point out in the theatrical, about the fact that there was just no reference at all to, again, he has this vision of the end of the world and Flash showing up at his Batcave, just no reference at all to that in the theatrical cut. That really was a big signal. Okay, what happened to this movie, and what haven't we seen? And the fact what we haven't seen is clearly very substantial. It's a little less than an hour to go. Yes, talk about the speed run. Talk about a speed run through the Speed Force, you might say. Really is amazing to me, though. It's like, again, like because I can't imagine there are many people of the 217 people watching right now. I can't imagine there are many who this is, if any, who this is the first time they've seen this movie. or even the first time they've seen it with us. So definitely love having you guys drop in. But like I said, charity stream for ASFP. If you can, please consider a donation to our link right here, also in the chat. If not, if you're not able to, please share it around. And like William said, we're trying to hit $5,000 more from what our current total is to get to 50,000 versus 20,000. William said 50,000 or 20,000. There's our end goal.
Our goal is 20,000, but we need $4,020 to meet 20. Right now we ended the other campaign so that ASFP could get the money. So that's why it says 5,000 is the goal. 5,000 is the goal, but that gets us, because we raised 15,550 last time. So technically, actually, we need less than that. We need less than
So yes, if you can, please consider a donation, or if you can't, just sharing it around. And like I said, William says, like, we're not expecting to clear this tonight, but again, we're getting fairly close to that goal. I personally would love it if we were able to hit that by, and I'm sure William would too, by May 20th, because that's also a very significant date for this movie and the fandom.
The total that we've raised is $16,420.
Damn. And that, again, thank you everybody so much for all your kindness and generosity, and those donations you've made so far. You just can't be it. Yes, I did do it against this.
You guys need to stop.
Okay. Here's another one, William. You're talking about, now this wasn't in the marketing, but I remember like when the theatrical cut was coming on home media, they put this and the Alfred scene out as deleted scenes, and they actually were they were kind of like, they were shown on social media kind of ahead of the home release. And of course, that had the exact reaction you would expect it to under the circumstances.
Yeah. By the way, 3,580 is what we need currently to get to 20,000.
Excuse me, guys. And actually, kind of a question on this, the two narrations here with Jarrell and Jonathan Kent, because we have lines they both previously said in Man of Steel, but then we've got lines coming up here that are unique to this movie. So do you have any kind of particular interpretation of when he steps out with the suit and he's hearing, fly son, it's time, and love them like we loved you, like lines we never heard? Are these memories? Are these like the spirits of his father's talking to him?
It's just the continued lessons that his father's giving him, because remember, at the core, all of these movies are Superman movies. All of these movies are Superman sequels. This entire story arc is about Superman. It's Superman centric. So this is just a further development of his character.
Such a beautiful shot there of him flying in front of the sun, and then I love the Justice League hard rock theme. Yeah, love it. Oh, by the way, William, I forgot to. I was going to bring this over. This is, I think it was Azteca asked earlier while you were away. Let me see if I can find this. That you bring up the question. If not, I don't know what the question was. Okay, Oh no, it was Chappie actually asked, how much money do you think this version of the movie would have made if it had been the cut back in 2017? That's definitely something I've pondered a lot, like how
About a little bit more than BVS.
And BVS is pretty. It was like 873. So, so do you think this? Do you think this could have hit $1 billion if this had been the version? But you think it would have cleared like 9?
Yes.
Right. But now, okay. So if you think it gets that result where it's like, if it does like 920 or something like that, do you think it gets like the same kind of like kind of flop BVS got, where it's like you were a failure because you didn't hit it? You got within spinning distance of $1 billion, but you didn't make it across quite there.
It depends if the stupid people were still the ones being listened to. Then yeah, because if you can find a way to say 871 was some type of failure, then that's not a far stretch for you to say that an escalation in increase would be a failure as well. You know, unfortunately, you had too many people that were looking at DC through Marvel's lens, which is some boneheaded notion that Marvel set the way for every superhero movie with top tier superheroes to make $1 billion, and instead of looking at the distinct circumstances. And so yeah, I think this would have been an increase on BVS, but I don't know how much more. And I don't know necessarily what I think they were on the trajectory to make $1 billion. I think maybe it could, but I think 950 would have been just fine for it.
Well, because you had like Wonder Woman, that summer do like 820, and then Aquaman come out the next year and do so obviously they were on a track for $1 billion because they made $1 billion with the movie.
But Aquaman doesn't make $1 billion, and Wonder Woman, none of those movies make the type of money without at least even a shitty version. Because those movies, even if you didn't like the movie, they exposed you to those characters.
But imagine how much better Aquaman does if you have the good version of Justice League come out instead.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think you're at $1 billion no matter what with Aquaman because of the trajectory it was on. Wonder Woman was the same thing. Wonder Woman was a natural progression, and that's what these guys couldn't see, and that's what some of these guys that, like I said, that's a lot of like Marvelized fans, weren't going to get a good answer for them, and then the studio execs were listening to those guys. So yeah, I think it would have been fine. I don't know if it would have cracked $1 billion yet, but I think it would have been a success. It would have definitely done more than the 600 whatever million that it did.
Yeah, the theatrical cut was of the initial 5, it was the lowest grossing. It made like 10 million less than Man of Steel.
Oh, and here's the thing though, it was a downgrade. And in the general audience, with the word of mouth from the general audience that loved that went and made those other 2 movies those successes, they came back with their word of mouth, and it destroyed this movie.
Yeah. Question.
And then a lot of DC people who weren't on the internet just looked at it and just saw it for what it was a downgrade, and they didn't. The rewatchability from the general audience wasn't there.
Yeah.
That's what happened to it. Question:
How much is $1 billion? Is this like a riddle, Aaron? No question. Aaron, I'm not quite sure you're asking. Like, you might have to clarify. Like, how much is $1 billion? Chuck, like this movie needed George Clooney.
I don't know why you guys are trying to turn my stream into a comedy stream, but
here's a serious. Well, this is no comedy. This people were hating on DC back then.
Yeah, different world too.
Here's another thing too. I really appreciated in this cut was Zack is really people think of it like slow mo a lot, but I really think his big trademark really for me is speed ramping, which you really saw a lot of in 300 a Watchmen and Owls of Ga'Hoole. You hadn't really seen much of that in Man of Steel or BVS, but he really brought it back big time. Like this shot right here of the League, the slowing down, speed back up. It's all over the place in this movie, especially in the final battle.
Yeah, so, his timing is one of his trademarks, and
yeah, Aaron, I'm not sure where you're at. So, are you asking like? And how much is $1 billion? Oh, are you asking like? Yeah, I'm not sure you're asking, Aaron. It's like, Is like how much like would. Yeah, Eric, can you type that again? 'Cause I'm not quite sure. I don't think I'm quite sure what you're asking here. This is the first time I've not been simpatico with my baby sis.
Jokes, guys. I don't know whether it's just I'm not feeling the jokes tonight, guys. I'm just not
That's
feeling
not a
the
joke.
jokes.
It's a verified fact. It's like
Not.
a family tree
It's
thing.
creepy.
Here's more speed ramping coming up. The other thing too, like a lot of people, I remember when this movie came out, commented on is like there's so much more of an in the end battle in this movie. There's so much more of an emphasis on teamwork and like everybody's got like their show stealing moments, but there's more coordination between the league.
All right, so what I have up on the screen is the master screen, which you guys usually don't see because it's usually our screen, but you can see all the information right there. 16,420 between two campaigns. We're on our second one. Our average per campaign is $7,950, which is astonishing. We're currently with this campaign, we're at $920 into a $5,000 goal. But once again, we only need that 38 something, whatever I said, to get to 20 grand for an overall. So 33,850 is what we're looking for. I know I put the goal at 5,000, but I might even change that down. I mean, the more we can raise, the better. But it's a much more $1,200 is a difference.
Oh, Aaron, are you asking like the exchange rate? Are you talking about like from like American box office to like is $1 billion equivalent to 100 million in Australia? Actually, I think our exchange rate's pretty close. Yeah, so looking up right now, $1 here is worth 158 in Australia. So no, so if Justice League hits $1 billion, then that would be equivalent to like 1.5 billion in Australia. Which again, those amazing numbers, but yeah, this was the other moment that was released as a quote unquote deleted scene when the theatrical cut hit home, and he was in the red blue suit in that version. And again, like both those scenes, everybody watched that like, what the fuck just happened in this movie? Chuck, this is bad. Then people like myself loved Marvel. That was like vanilla, and DC was offering different things like chocolate, and people were hating. Yeah. Varieties, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you had a good portion of the audience that just said we just want vanilla for everything, and the chocolate factory said, okay, we got to like turn our chocolate into vanilla, and it didn't.
Oh, and plus Marvel had the advantage of getting their universe started first. That was a huge
Not just
thing.
getting it started, but also like getting to their payoff first. Like getting to their first big threshold Avengers, which by the way, go and look back on like the Phase 1 movies. I mean, really, it's only Iron Man that like really like just maybe you can make an argument. I think you make an argument for the first Thor, but
Captain America is what really got it going because Iron Man didn't make that much money.
No, Iron Man, those did like 580, and then
that's
like
nothing compared to what like
first Captain America did like 370.
But Captain America was the one that got it going. No, Iron Man was cultural, but Captain America, Iron Man was one movie that stood on its own until the other movies came along. It wasn't until Captain America where you started, because after Captain America, here you are with Avengers. So that was you were further along this road with Captain America than you were with Iron Man. And that's the thing. They started in 2008 with Iron Man,
but they didn't have their first
it
billion.
didn't matter though. They were already
What I'm
making the cultural impact.
But what I'm saying is that you talk about like billion as like being like the standard where it's like it's that or failure.
No, I don't see. I think fans look at it that way, but the reality of it is that they got a head start. While you were only in the second movie of what Nolan was doing in a franchise that was going to wrap up, they had already started. By the time the DCU started, MCU was already 4 or 5 movies in, and that changes the perception. Yeah, so
Iron
that
Man come out that same year.
So the perception of what success for comic book movies was not necessarily the $1 billion standard. It's how those movies were perceived and put out there. Once they're out there now, everybody had expectations of DC doing exactly what they did, which was inappropriate because they were 2 different franchises. We're still at 9:20, guys, but you know, like I said, we got time.
Yeah. Like I said, I think it'd be a great full circle moment to like hit that threshold by May 20th, because that's another big date for this movie for the stand-up. Okay, we're coming up on my big moment, my big cheer moment here. Again, yeah, it's like this Superman entrance is, and I was thinking about this earlier today before we started the watch party. You know, the thing, it's a, even just that one line, you know, it pays off so much about his arc in the preceding 2 movies, because Man of Steel BVS, it's, you know, he's, you know, obviously he's Cavill Superman is, you know, as altruistic, not impressed. There we go. You know, he's as altruistic and selfless and determined to use his abilities to help the world around him, you know, as any version of Superman has ever been. But, you know, he's also grappling with a lot of self-doubt and a lot of isolation. And then we get to BBS, you know, the whole thing about it's like this world I'm trying to help is rejecting me on, you know, on all fronts. And then, you know, the payoff you get in that moment with this movie is, you know, the man who was his sworn enemy in the last movie is the one who coordinates bringing him back to life, and, you know, assembling this team of metahumans, you know, to operate in his, you know, in his absence until they realize they can bring him back. And just that moment, you know, it's the realization of that when he's brought back. You know, he returns with so much confidence and so much, and so, you know, and so much. He's so assured of himself. He sees himself as Superman in a way he hasn't before, and, you know, now, and that's so exemplified just in the not impressed moment, and how just much he's just completely walking all over Steppenwolf right now. So that's those are the layers of the not impressed to me. It's awesome Superman one-liner.
Well, this is the reason why they never came back. You know, one of the reasons why, you know, they felt confident in trying to come to that world. You know, remember when the trailer originally had no Kryptonian, no lanterns, you know.
Well, the whole thing about the mother boxes, you know, when Silas first uses them to, you know, to bring, you know, to repair Victor's body, it's like they don't call out the apocalypse then because Superman is still alive, and they determine, yeah, it's because Superman's here and they're afraid of him. And then once he's died, and then even kind of ties into the line at the, you know, the end of BBS, you know, with Lex in the cell saying, you know, the bell's been rung, the god is dead. So yeah, that one moment would not impress him. Sorry, it's just I could talk for so long about that. It's like, I mean, you gave Superman an Arnold Schwarzenegger one-liner.
All right, here's my other favorite one. What's about to happen right now?
Oh yeah, the one.
No, actually, yeah. Good.
The one we got, you know, an Oscar for this movie for this Flash during that time. I mean, I don't think you have either, William, but I am, unfortunately, not one of the lucky fans who has had the chance to see this movie theatrically. But my understanding is that, in the theater showings that have happened so far, as soon as Flash puts up his hand and the Speed Force starts in, and like that always gets a big cheer. It's like Phil and Film Junkie and a lot of people have been to these like Full Circle or a lot of charity showings have said like that is always like a big cheer moment. Yep, there we go. Oh, here's a good one for what's everyone's opinion. Well, because it ties. Well, William probably doesn't like it because it ties into Death of Superman or the Resurrection. But again, it's like you have a resurrection.
I didn't think it was necessary. I thought it was necessary in the Death of Superman for what it was because it was a generation. It was explained the entire time that he had that costume.
It's to get him back up to full power once he's brought back.
Here, when you see Superman, he's back to full power from the moment you see him.
When Zack's talked about that, where the use of it here is meant to be kind of more symbolic. He's kind of more once he's back, he's kind of returning in a sense, kind of almost as like an emissary of the House of El, as much as he is Superman. And that kind of like
I understood it in the comic, but here if he came back in the red, white, and blue, he would have been just fine. I never, and I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this from amongst our little fandom here. I never saw the black suit didn't mean as much to me in the context of this story because there was a lot to it when it brought. I mean, like you said, the explanation for it during the entire time he wore it in Return of Superman. Here he just comes back in the black costume, and there's not a lot of context. And it would. And I ask you this: would it have changed anything if he was in the red, white, red, yellow, and blue? It wouldn't. It doesn't change anything as far as the story goes. So, I mean, it looks cool. I don't hate it, but
Zach's also talked about it also played into the arc of the next two movies where it's like Justice League 2. He's operating in the black suit. And then he's in the Nightmare. He's in the classic suit as kind of like because he's under the anti-life equation under Darkseid. At that point, the idea is to portray him as this twisted version of Superman. And then Flash, undoes that timeline. And then Superman, when he leads the armies of Earth in the Justice League against Darkseid in the final battle, then he goes back to the other classic red blue suit because that's kind of like. That's when he's sort of been purified as Superman, like fully realized to that point. That's what he's kind of said is sort of his. That's kind of like the arc Zack sort of, or that's how he envisioned like the two suits sort of embodying or symbolizing Superman's arc over the course of the 5 movies, and this is him in movie 3 with the black suit.
Yeah. And maybe it's just because I didn't get those. I just never saw. I mean, I was okay with him coming straight back in the regular traditional suit. It would have been fine for me.
Yes, it is, Aaron. Yes, it is. Yes. Well, he wore it on. Tyler wore it on Supergirl. He didn't wear it on Superman. Yeah, he didn't wear it on Superman and Lois. Which I would
Yeah.
kind of like to have seen, like what their version of the black suit would have been.
Oh, thank you for reminding me about Jobber Superman on Supergirl.
Yeah, again, this kind of goes back to what I was saying about like the coordination between the league here, like Aquaman. Yeah. Which, first of all, Aquaman just walking up behind Steppenwolf and just saying, just eat Trident, motherfucker. Like, that's a I mean, that's a Jason Momoa moment, definitely. But all of this, like, right, everything right here, like the death of Steppenwolf was like in some portion was sort of revealed or teased in like storyboard or animatic or snapshot form. And Zack himself like came out right out, said at one point, yeah, my version Steppenwolf's decapitated. I've always wanted to, I've always wanted to do like at the end, whenever they do Cinema Sins, they have the section at the end of at the end of the video where they put like different snippets of audio over scenes in the movie. And I always wanted to like take Wonder Woman decapitating Steppenwolf. I always wanted to take Waterboy going, "You can do it! Cut his fucking head off!" By the way, also, a little tidbit here. This is the only time we see Desaad in the movie kind of in his like natural form. Like the only other times we see him is through the kind of like the transmission mechanism when he's talking to Steppenwolf through. This is the only time we like see him, like, other than that one snippet in the trailer, which didn't make it into the movie. But this is the only time in the movie we see him like in his like fully realized apocalyptic form. And even Darkseid is, in the history lesson, like the blue armor, it's like he didn't have that there because he's still, kind of, an up and coming conqueror, and he's got the blue armor now. So we see a little bit of progression with Darkseid there. Granny Goodness guy. Another big reveal from this movie. It's like we never knew Granny Goodness was gonna until we like saw the trailer that Granny Goodness was in here. Okay, this is the scene of them like standing in the sun. Again, this is another thing I talk about a lot, where it's like moments, and there are so many throughout the movie, but especially in the finale, that I call like retroactively meta, and like the shot of them like all standing triumphantly in the sun with the score welling up behind them. I mean, this would have been like, again, a great like money shot of the team under normal circumstances, but again, you add in like what it took to make this movie a reality, and this is how the fan felt. This is how everybody like hashtagged and advocated and pushed and beat down doors and just wouldn't take no for an answer for so long. I mean, this is how we felt like March 18th, 2021, finally seeing this. It made it that much more emotional and that much more victorious. And, it's one of those things where, I mean, if I could like put the word victory or the word triumph into an image, I mean, this captures it so well. So under like a normal release model, like this shot would have been like an epic like team gathering moment. It's standing triumphantly after defeating the villain, scene anyway. But then the circumstances of the release of the movie just made it that much more. It just made the victory that much more sweet and that much more. It's something that we cherish that much more. Next week, I believe another yes, 9 years, and it feels like it hasn't been a day. And then, see, I told this to Aaron actually recently. It's Lottie on Twitter. I mentioned fast forward to 2026 when we get March 2026. We get back-to-back 5-year anniversary of this movie and the 10-year anniversary of BVS. I guarantee you there will be fireworks during that period. 100%. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Mark your calendars for March 2026, because if you're a fan of BVS, you're a fan of Zack Snyder's Justice League, that is going to be a commemoration to remember. I have no doubt the fandom will make that the case. Zack will probably make that the case. And if a recent friendly pitcher is to be believed, James Gunn might in DC Studios might even make that the case. Fireworks, here we come. Yes, indeed.
That's a lot of speculation, I guess.
Well, again, but that's not like, I'm not just like pulling that out of thin air. It's like it's the half decade anniversary of this movie and then the decade anniversary of BVS. I mean, I'm not saying that. No, to be clear, I'm not saying that like that's when we're going to get the news we all really want to happen. I'm just saying there's going to be like just like a lot of fun and like festivity and fireworks pertaining to these two movies then. But room for more. Again, another meta moment, you might say, in this movie, retroactively or unintentionally. And here's another one. I just undid a mistake. Retroactively meta. And by the way, William, this is definitely not something I expected to see here. Was the Dark Knight Returns tank? I mean, Zack, even though Zack's made his affinity for that story very well known, but again, that was this really just kind of came out when I first saw it in I think it was one of the Batman centric teasers leading up to it, and at first
I didn't at the bottom.
Yeah, I didn't even see those guys at first.
Yeah, I saw them. Actually, I missed a lot of shit, but I saw that. There's a lot of stuff I didn't see until I watched the black and white version of it, and then and then there's stuff that that you see when that came out. But the mutants I saw because I was looking for them. I saw them in that little pile there.
So you saw Dark Knight Returns saying you figured mutants like probably right there.
Oh yeah, if I saw if that Batmobile had me looking for everything around
Dark Knight Returns related.
Them, yeah. I'm like, those are the mutants.
You could pair this movie with a food. What would it be? I would say pasta. You mean like what food would I eat? Like during like a Your watch of the movie? I don't know. I'm pretty easy. It's like whenever I put on honestly, it's like whenever I put on a movie, it's like I tend to be like a pizza guy. So let's get just a full like pepperoni pizza. I'm pretty easy. Yeah, even like in the theatrical cut. I mean, as soon as I saw like the silhouette with the little ribbons filled by the outside, yep, that's Deathstroke. Yeah, it's like written so much about the Batfleck versus Deathstroke movie too, and it's like that's kind of like the puzzle piece. That's like that if you know anything about the kind of the outline of the remainder of the story, that that's kind of the puzzle piece, but it's the bridge from Justice League 1 to Justice League 2. And we haven't seen it, it has been made, but from everything I've heard about it, sounds like the best Batman movie there's ever. It sounds like in my estimation, it would be the best Batman movie we've ever seen. By the way, William, what are your because there is I've seen like some kind of like pushback where people say like Deathstroke isn't a Batman villain.
He's not.
Well, yeah, but I mean it's not uncommon for the or maybe it's not unheard of, and it's certainly not like outside the bounds.
It's not, but it's a stretch because there's a reason why he works with the Titans. There's a reason why that matchup works, and it doesn't work as well with Batman as it does with the Titans because he's a Titans villain. The stories and and all the things that they've gone back and forth with some of the sleazy things he's done. He's a Titans character and a Titans villain. He's mainly Dick Grayson's villain. So it would make more sense if you were doing a Nightwing to deal with Nightwing. I mean, but Batman has assisted him and he has fought Batman, but he's not primarily a Batman villain.
Well, and the other thing about it too is that again, I mean, just that scene alone establishes there is a past between them. There is and some kind of bitterness that Slade, and he's Joe Manganiello's talked about like Slade like somehow holds Bruce responsible for his son's death. And I mean, Deathstroke, he's also a mercenary, so it's he himself doesn't chain himself strictly like one hero.
No, but the stories do. The stories have changed him to Titans. But that, like I said, you can use any villain you want. It's just that, like I said, and in the comics, Batman doesn't have much to do with death either. So that's why he hates the Titans.
Plus, also Mark Wolfman, like after Full Circle, he talked about like creator of Deathstroke, like he's like, oh yeah, I'm intrigued by like Affleck's script. Like, I would love to see this happen. So I think when you got the creator of the character kind of like saying, you know, kind of giving your stamp of approval on that, I think that's at least say it's like, okay, this is not like crossing the line here. Like, as far as like,
no, it's not crossing the line. They're all in DC, but it's just not. It's a stretch. It's not. He's not a Batman villain. I mean, you can write. I mean, you can mix him up and do whatever you need to, but he's not a Batman villain. I mean, you could. There's a lot of other characters you can use to do just as well a story with Batman. That's not Deathstroke.
and of course here we got somebody who there is absolutely zero debate about him being a Batman villain.
This is a Batman villain.
I have been this Batman villain on multiple Halloweens since this movie came out. Is Nightmare Joker. And the look is so. I mean, you created a completely new kind of iconography for the Joker with the whole nightmare look.
And it stems from Suicide Squad, which is, like I said, this is the only justification for anything else would be if I'm going to get the rest of this, what I'm looking at right now.
By the way, also this by doing this scene, this made Jared Leto the first Joker actor to portray the Joker in more than one live action movie, and he would be followed by Joaquin Phoenix. We can debate about how well that turned out, but nonetheless, there are now two Joker actors who have played the Joker in multiple movies. The
last three to play this character have all been Academy Award winners.
Yeah. Okay. Also, the whole thing, the trick he does here with the card too. I really, I'd love to look. I'm trying to find this. This is the kind of thing where it's like it strikes me as like something that would be on YouTube. Is like, here's how to like do like the Joker like magic trick of like, he blows into his hand and the card comes out. I really love to know how to do that whole kind of sleight of hand that he pulls here. The thing about it is too that this design of the Joker really lends itself very well to cosplay because again, like I said, I've been Nightmare Joker multiple times for Halloween since the movie came out. I mean, yeah, you got to get the makeup, obviously, but I mean that's everywhere around Halloween. The green hair. The hardest thing for me is like because my hair has never been, even when I really like grow long, it's never been like as long or straight as Jared's. So either you got to get a wig or you just got to like just make do with the hair you got and paint it green. But other than that, it's like get a costume, straight jacket, and riot vest, and police badges, and a couple of orange scrubbing gloves, and there you go. So it's actually pretty easy to put together. Our first ever Batman F-bomb in this scene right here. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. How is that not making history? Batman has F-bombed canonically in a live-action movie now. Come on. Do you think that Zack Oh, we lost William. I was just about to ask him, do you think that Zack would Zack actually push the envelope enough to actually have Superman F-bomb in any of the sequels? Like maybe even as like when he's under like the anti-life equation. Could Zack? Yeah. Did you get that question I asked?
No.
Yeah. Do you think that like in the sequels would Zack be bold enough, or would he push the envelope enough to actually have Superman F-bomb?
Maybe.
Yeah. Because I was thinking like maybe like a place if you kind of still want to have like some kind of like I guess shield against the moral panic on that, you could maybe do that when he's under the anti-life equation.
Well, you just make it an R-rated movie.
Well, yeah, but this is an R-rated movie, but I don't think of it as an R-rated movie. I think it's a hard PG-13. I mean, I think you could show this to a 10-year-old.
Well, if it, yeah, but it's on streaming, so it really doesn't matter. So
Yeah. Yeah, this is the other repurposed Superman shot I mentioned earlier. It's like this one I recognized immediately when I first saw this movie. This was like pulled right out of his intro in BBS, and just gave him the red glowing eyes. Now, something else I kind of talked a bit about on the New Year's Eve stream, and I even put this in the article I wrote on Fortress of Solitude, where I was breaking down a lot of that, is that, of course, it's known that this scene Zack originally intended it to be Jon Stewart, Green Lantern, and long story short, studio politics kind of prevented that from happening, so it's Martian Manhunter. And again, not that I don't miss the opportunity with that scene, but the presence of Martian Manhunter does kind of serve a purpose that you wouldn't have gotten in the sense that he is actually an alien, and Bruce has this past, kind of, I mean, xenophobia, really what it is with Superman, being an alien, and this kind of like sees the completion of him shedding that prejudice with the fact that, again, he's just this green alien shows up and it's, can I help you? So yeah, that's just kind of like one takeaway I had. Again, it's like, I hate that we didn't get to see Jon Stewart in this movie, but again, Martian Manhunter being like the character in this scene, again, that does serve a purpose that you would not have gotten Green Lantern, because Martian Manhunter is, like Superman, is actually an alien. Guess we'll see you around.
All right, 228. This is your last chance for this stream, but like I said, the stream will be up, and the link is still tied to the top of the chat. So, like I said, I've revised the thing so that you can see it. We only need 3850 to reach 20,000. And we stayed stuck on 920 for the whole 4 hours.
Yeah.
That's right.
We'll get there.
All right. That is Zack Snyder's Justice League. Happy 4th birthday to that. That is it for tonight.
Aaron's asking, you look tired.
No, I'm good. I'm going to go ahead and watch Daredevil right after this so I can be ready for tomorrow, and so I don't have to.
Yeah, what time are we going to be doing that?
We're going to be doing that at 11:30. Just
okay.
That same stream. So, all right, guys, there it is. Please like, subscribe. The 228 of you that have watched along, spread the word. Come on over to the mothership, youtube.com/@the-sci-fi center. And if you can donate, if you can't, spread the word so that we can. It's late. I'm going to go eat and watch Daredevil and watch the Dodgers play at 3:00 in the morning because they're in Tokyo. And then I'm going to go to bed. And until then, we will see you tomorrow night for Daredevil. Sayonara.
Later, guys.